Alright, Nigerians, up and grateful. Good morning. Welcome to ConsumerHallaTV News at 8, where we give you all the business news stories making the round. I'm Irihayomi Kunle Ike. Let's start the news with the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Idili. As it says, Nigeria can no longer rely mainly on borrowing to finance development projects. He made a statement at the 28th Annual Tax Conference of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria in Abuja. He stressed the need for a sustainable fiscal system to support infrastructure, healthcare, education, security, and social protection. Mr. Oyedele's remarks come shortly after a report emerged that the federal government had intensified discussions with the World Bank over a fresh $1.25 billion loan aimed at supporting economic reforms, competitiveness, and job creation. He explained that sustainability was not only about raising revenue but also about reducing inequality, protecting vulnerable citizens, and encouraging economic productivity. The minister said the federal government's ongoing tax reforms were designed to make the economy more investment-friendly while improving the fiscal sustainability. According to him, Nigeria's tax system has suffered for years from multiple taxation, weak compliance, fragmented administration, and excessive dependence on a narrow revenue base, leaving businesses burdened with overlapping levies and rising compliance costs. Mr. Oyedele added that the reforms would simplify the tax administration, improve fairness, and strengthen the trust between government and citizens. It disclosed that minimum wage earners had been exempted from personal income tax, while the burden on low and middle income earners had been reduced. He also said the government was working with states to harmonize taxes, revealing that 15 states had already enacted tax harmonization laws. And now the four commercial banks in Nigeria have published details of more than 321,000 dormant accounts in compliance with the directive from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The affected banks are Access Bank, Union Bank, Stanbic IBTC, and Fidelity Bank. The disclosure followed the CBA in July 2024 guidelines on dormant account and unclaimed balances, which instructed the financial institutions to publish dormant account details at least 6 months before the funds become eligible for transfer to the Apex Bank Unclaimed Balances Trust Fund pool account. The published accounts include those belonging to individuals, businesses, churches, cooperatives, and community associations inactive for more than 10 years. Furthermore, Access Bank published over 243,000 dormant accounts, while Stanbic IBTC listed more than 26,000 accounts. Fidelity Bank disclosed close to 62,000 dormant accounts, while Union Bank released details of 212 dormant and unclaimed accounts. Economic analysts have expressed concern over the policy, warning about possible privacy issues, weak customer communication, and complications surrounding account reactivation. Analysts also noted that the higher number of dormant corporate accounts reflected the business failures and prolonged inactivity among small and medium-scale enterprises across the country. Nigeria has again failed to meet its crude oil production quota set by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries after recording an average daily output of 1.49 million barrels in April. The figures released by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission showed the country produced 1,488,540 barrels of crude oil during the month, slightly below the OPEC benchmark of 1.5 million barrels per day. When condensate were included, the total production rose to 1.6 million barrels daily, and the latest figures mean Nigeria has remained below its OPEC allocation for the 9th consecutive month since July 2025, despite previous assurances from the Commission that production had improved significantly. The Commission disclosed that combined crude and condensate production peaked at 1.85 million barrels per day during the month, while the lowest output stood at 1.46 million barrels daily. Industry observers say the country oil sector continues to struggle with crude theft, pipeline vandalism, aging infrastructure, and underinvestment. Although April figures represented an improvement from March output levels, as analysts say the increase remains insufficient to close the gap with Nigeria's production target. The data from the previous month also showed fluctuations in production, with output decline in supply in February before recovering the slight in subsequent months. Over the Dangote refinery, where the Dangote Industry Limited has entered into a partnership with the Niger State government aimed at accelerating the industrialization, boosting investment and expanding economic opportunities in the state. The development was announced in a statement issued by the Group Chief Branding and Communication Officer of the company, Anthony Chijena. According to the statement, Dangote Rice Limited has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Niger State government for the supply of paddy rice over the next 10 years. Under the agreement, the company committed to a guaranteed offtake of 1 million metric tons of paddy rice to strengthen food sufficiency in the country. The regional director and senior advisor to the president and chief executive of the Dangote Group, Fatima Wali Abdurrahman, said construction of the company rice mill in Wishishi was progressing steadily. She explained that the 32 metric tons per hour rice mill located on a 30-acre site will support the food security effort and create employment opportunities when completed. She also disclosed that several strategic business units of the Dangote Group were participating in the 22nd edition of the Niger Trade Fair. The participating companies include Dangote Cement PLC, NASCON Allied Industry PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, and Dangote Fertilizer Limited. Meanwhile, the fresh data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority shows that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and petrochemicals exported an estimated 1.6 billion liters of refined petroleum products in April 2026. The export included about 513 million liters of petrol, 534 million liters of diesel, and 615 million liters of aviation fuel. The refinery, however, remains Nigeria's only major operational refinery currently producing enough refined product for both local consumption and export. The industry experts say the increase in export comes amid rising tensions in the Middle East and concerns over possible disruptions the global fuel supply route following the conflict involving the United States and Iran. The situation has increased the international demand for refined petroleum products from alternative suppliers, including Nigeria. The NMDPRA also reported that local refiners operated at an average capacity utilization of over 99% in April, with the Dangote refinery accounting for most of the output. The report added that domestic refineries received more than 18 million barrels of crude oil during the month, reflecting the increased refining activity across the sector. In a new development, the founder and director of Pathway Asset Management, Mr. Adekunle Alade, says Nigeria's asset management industry is approaching a period of major consolidation, driven by the Securities and Exchange Commission Recapitalization Directive. Mr. Alade spoke during a strategic briefing where he unveiled the company's plan for sustainable wealth creation and investment opportunities. He predicted that mergers, acquisitions, and exit would significantly reduce the number of operators in the market within the next few years. According to him, the industry is expected to move from a fragmented and lightly capitalized structure to more institutionalized and competitive ecosystem. He explained that many smaller firms may be unable to meet new capital requirements independently and could either merge with stronger institutions or exit the market completely. Mr. Ade also stated that Pathway Asset Management intends to bridge the gap between low-yield savings product and high-end institutional investment, as it disclosed that the company was preparing to launch the Pathway Money Market Fund to help everyday investors protect their savings from inflationary pressures. The power generation companies have called on the federal government and the Nigerian Independent System Operator to identify, arrest, and prosecute individuals and companies accused of stealing electricity along the Korodusha-Gam transmission corridor spanning Lagos and Ogun State. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Joy Ogachi, made the demand while reacting to reports that about 180 megawatt of electricity were being stolen monthly by large customers connected to the grid. The Managing Director of the Nigerian Independent System Operator, Abdul Mohammed Bello, had earlier disclosed this during a stakeholder meeting in Lagos that investigations uncovered the widespread electricity theft and meter manipulation involving customers connected to Ikeja Electric and Ibadan electricity distribution company networks. Ogaji described the development as alarming, especially at the time investors in the power sector were facing severe liquidity challenges. She urged authorities to disconnect the affected customers, recover all outstanding payment with interest and blacklist offenders. According to other story, electricity was valued at about 9.7 billion naira monthly and over 111 billion naira over 12 years. The Development Bank of Nigeria secured a $61 million financing package from the African Development Bank Group to support women-owned and women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises across the country. According to a statement released on Tuesday, the package includes a $50 million gender-focused line of credit, an $8 million concessional facility under the Agri-Food SME Catholic financing mechanism, and a $3 million grant supported through the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. The African Development Bank said more than 95% of the total financing would go directly to women-owned and women-led businesses, as the intervention is expected to address persistent funding gaps affecting female entrepreneurs in sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and clean energy. The funds will be distributed through the Development Bank of Nigeria's participating financial institutions nationwide. The package also includes technical assistance, concessional financing, and partial credit guarantees, which is aimed at strengthening Nigeria's MSME ecosystem and also improving access to affordable credit. The International Labour Organization has warned that journalists across the world are facing increasing fiscal danger, economic hardship, and institutional challenges as labour protection continue to weaken in the media industry. The warning is contained in the new report titled Decent Work and the Safety of Journalists, which examines the relationship between the labour right and press freedom. The report stated that journalists increasingly operate in an environment marked by violence, intimidation, and censorship and online abuse. According to the ILO, media workers in conflict zones are exposed to killings, kidnappings, enforced disappearances, and arbitrary detention, while journalists outside conflict areas continue to face harassment and pressure from both state and non-state actors attempted to influence reporting. The organization also noted that the rise of freelance and contract journalism has weakened job security and reduced access to healthcare, legal protection, and collective representation. It cited a 2025 survey by the World Association of News Publishers, which found that 60% of journalists experienced burnout, while 62% were forced to take additional jobs outside journalism to supplement their income. The Wema Bank has launched Season 5 of its 5 for 5 rewards scheme with a prize pool of more than 170 million naira aimed at promoting digital banking and financial inclusion in Nigeria. The initiative tag Evolve with Wema 5 for 5 introduces a merit-based reward system targeted youth, women, and customers in the mass market segment. The bank said the program would reward customers based on actual financial engagement and transaction activity. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Wema Bank, Maruf Hussaini, said the initiative reflected the bank's commitment to transparency, customer empowerment, and the growth of digital banking in Nigeria. He explained that customers would qualify for rewards through consistent account funding and regular use of digital banking platforms. The bank disclosed that a youth category would offer tuition support and gadget, while women entrepreneurs would benefit from empowerment grant and wellness packages. The mass market category includes daily and monthly cash reward with a 5 million naira grand prize for the most consistent customer by the end of the campaign. To end the news, the United States President Donald Trump says he's considering a temporary suspension of few taxes as Americans face rising prices in petrol linked to the ongoing conflict between the United States and Iran. According to Reuters, Trump disclosed that legislation was being introduced to suspend petrol and diesel tax of 90 days. The move follows a sharp rise in crude oil prices, which climbed to $107 per barrel after tensions in the Middle East disrupted the global energy market. Reports indicated petrol prices in the United States has been averaged to $4.52 per gallon this week, which is the highest level recorded since 2022. Analysts say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz drew which about 20% of global oil shipment usually pass, has intensified supply concerns. Trump said a tax suspension will remain in place until it is appropriate to restore it. However, some lawmakers expressed concern that causing few taxes could affect funding for road repairs and infrastructure projects across the country. Thank you for joining us on the news. I am Iriha Yomi Konleke. Follow us on all our social media platforms and do well to subscribe to YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us on the news.
Consumers, welcome back to another episode of Market Today on ConsumerHallaTV, where we bring to you the current prices of daily essential commodities that the consumer cannot do without. And today we are at Koshofe Market. Koshofe Market is located along the Koshofe Mile 12 Road, and this market harbors a significant portion of traders before we get to the big Mile 12 Market. In this market, what we are here to find out today is the current prices of foodstuff and the factors that determines pricing. My name is Pisunwoke, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHallaTV. Come with me, guys. Let's go explore this market. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you today?
Fine.
Okay, can you tell me your name?
My name is Adetong Oshiemi.
Okay, Mrs. Adetong.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you sell in this market? Okay, so àti mọ̀ pé pọ̀mọ́ lẹ́ ń tà báyìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mo dẹ̀ rí pé ó ní bẹ́ ṣe lé síbí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Báwo lẹ ṣe wá ń tà? Báwo lẹ ṣe ń tà bẹ́ ṣe lé? Báwo ni oyè ẹ ṣe jẹ́?
Ṣé rí eléyìí tẹ̀ ń wò yìí? Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ìgbà tí gbogbo nǹkan ò tí ì dojú. Wàsó ni.
That's 50 naira.
50 naira. Nígbà tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ti wá fógun gógógó sí 200. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ wọn rí èèyàn rà bóyá kọ́ra kan gbé fáyà ṣùgbọ́n sì àwọn èèyàn gidi ló ń jẹ́ ń sìn. Kọ́lọ́run ẹlẹ́dàá kó má da gbogbo wa láàmú.
Àmín, àmín.
Ẹ wo orí eléyìí sí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ 200, 300 òun ló ti di 500. Ẹ wo pọ̀mọ́ kéékèèké yẹn.
Tó wà ń bí.
Níbẹ̀ yẹn 100 naira ni. Ní ìsìn tí gbogbo ẹ̀tọ́ ló máa yẹ kó dojú kejì 200 naira là ń tà.
Eléyìí ńkọ́?
Eléyìí sì 500, 400.
Eléyìí tó wá lórí tí
ètò àbẹ̀ yẹn sì táǹtà ni 500 tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ti di 700.
700. So wọ́n tẹ̀ wá lè ná báyìí.
Wọ́n lè ná o. Nọ́mbó torí ibi táwa náà ti lọ rà ń Jẹ̀bú 650 ló bá wá. Owó mọ́tò kẹ̀tù wà ń bẹ̀. Owó mọ́tò òun ló tiẹ̀ wá wọ́ọ̀sì jù ní gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí.
Owó mọ́tò ó wá mú kọjá yín kó tún wá ga sókè bẹ́ẹ̀.
Owó mọ́tò ga jẹ́ kó ga. Àwọn tó tún wá ń ta fún wa náà àwọn náà sọ pé ibi táwọn tún rà dísù náà fi ń gbé owó tí àwọn náà tún wá fowó lé fún wa.
Wọ́n tún wá fowó lé.
Táwọn náà tó èrè wọ́wọ́ náírà là ń jẹ ó ti di sísìnsìn. Nǹkan tó fà á tí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó fi dojú nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run ẹlẹ́dàá kó bá wa tún ṣe padà.
So tẹ bá ti lọ gbé báyìí sìn tẹ bá ti báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń ṣe tí ẹ bá ti gbọ́jà ẹ mọ̀ tẹ bá ti gbé débi tẹ bá ti fowó lé tẹ máa wá determine oye tẹ ẹ ta.
Ṣẹ́rí sì ìgbà tí eléyìí sì tó jẹ́ 500 yìí láti ibi tá a ti máa ń ra ń Jẹ̀bú 300 ni àátà 400 àátà 350 ìgbà tó dẹ̀ ti di pé wọ́n ti fowó lé sí ó ti bá 450 wá láti Jẹ̀bú 500 la máa tà.
So àti oṣù mélòó àbọ̀dún mélòó ni ká máa wò báyìí.
Tó ti rí báyìí sí ó ti lọ bí ọdún méjì o.
So kì í ṣe kọ́tọ́ kọ́tẹ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀
kò ń ṣe pé ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lẹ̀ o ó ti lọ bí ọdún méjì o tó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n pariwo pé gbogbo ẹ lé kókó lé kókó.
so ẹni sọ pé bóyá ní oṣù tó kọjá bí oṣù méjì tó kọjá sí pé.
ṣé wá tiẹ̀ wá rí tó oṣù tó kọjá ẹ̀ òun ló tiẹ̀ wá tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn tó bá fẹ́ tún ta wọ́n máa reduce owó ní ìsìn wọn reduce owó mọ́.
so kí ló wá ṣẹlẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi reduce owó mọ́.
wọ́n nítorí pé gbogbo ẹ̀ ti di gbogbo oko ni wọ́n epo tí wọ́n ọjà wọn ti fowó lọ́jà.
so ẹ sọ pé àwọn èèyàn ló tẹ̀ wá ń jẹ ilé ìbá tó yẹ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ kìdẹ́ ṣàwọn ajá wọn náà máa rà.
ajá náà máa gbé lọ fún pieces ní ìsìn ẹ bá ti ra ní 600 naira tó ti dà sínú lásìpọ̀ yóò mọ jẹun lọ ni.
ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ ń sọ pé àwọn èèyàn ló wá ń ra lẹ́yìn sí báyìí pẹ̀lú bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe wá gbowó lẹ́kìnní kí làwọn kọ́sítọ́mà yìí wá ń sọ àwọn tó rà ìgbà tí wọ́n ra lé ní 100 naira tẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí tí wọ́n wá ń ra 200 èyí tí wọ́n ra 500 wọ́n rà ní 700 so kí làwọn kọ́sítọ́mà yìí wá ń sọ sí bówó yẹn ṣe ga sí.
ó ń ṣe mí nìkan náà mò ń tà káàkiri bọ́ ìfowó sí nìyẹn tọ́ba ìgbà tó rí pé owó lọ́dọ̀ mi wọ́n lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹlòmíì the same thing ìgbà tó ti lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹlòmíì ẹni tó ti lọ bá lọ́dọ̀ ẹlòmíì ìyẹn tún wọ́n ju tèmi lọ torí pé èmi lọ gbé direct wá ni àgbà táwọn náà tún dé tán rí pé tọ́dẹ ni táwọn máa ti pé wọ́n tún padà wá òun ṣe pé lẹ́yìn pé tọ́ba ti wá rà tán bó jẹ́ méjì bó jẹ́ mẹ́ta ẹ̀yìn náà gbà.
ok so báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń preserve pọ̀ mọ́ ìtẹ́sí máa ń kípẹ̀ tí ò ní bàjẹ́.
ṣé ibò ìwà bíbá yẹn sè tó bá ṣẹ́kù bíi tí ò bá sọ́jà tó bá ṣẹ́kù à á ṣan dáadáa àwa kan omi tuntun míì à á dà sí i àjẹkómi wà ń bẹ̀ dáadáa à á gbé sílẹ̀ tó bá tún dijọ́ kejì à á gbé jáde kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣe.
all right thank you so much for your time ma.
Thank you.
Mrs. Adetoun Washinyemi is a pomo seller in Koshofe Market, and she has made us understand that transportation costs and inflation has been the major bone of contention in her line of business. She has also mentioned that in the past 2 years, she has had to change prices to be able to meet up with targets and profits. Meanwhile, she also complained that the month of April was a difficult one for her because customers kept on complaining and it was difficult for her to meet up with her demands. Now that we've heard from her, let's go into the market and hear from other traders. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, good morning.
How are you today?
Fine.
Okay, so can you tell me your name?
My name is Alhaji Moise Ailara.
Okay, Alhaji Moise. What do you sell in this market?
I dey sell meat.
Meat. So let's talk about the meat that you sell. Is it cow meat or
Cow meat.
na cow meat? All right. So how much is it? How do you sell?
You know say before, go see cow wey say big like a 1 million, 1.2. As fuel don go up now, e don increase. Cow now, if you wan see, go see like a 2.8, 3 million, one cow. Before we dey buy 800, 900. As the fuel don increase now, everything don go up.
So nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ ni pé fuel ma ó ń affect bí.
Ó wá affect business wa.
Ó ń affect business yín.
Dáadáa.
So oye tẹ́ ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀.
Ó ti yàtọ̀.
Ìgbà tẹ́ ń sọ ń síbá ipò oye tẹ́ ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ máa ń rí rà ní 1 point something bí oṣù mélòó ọdún mélòó sẹ́yìn nìyẹn.
Nǹkan bíi 2023 yẹn 2023 sí 24 yẹn a ṣe ríra bẹ́ẹ̀ 2025 gbogbo ẹ̀ ti ṣe 2025 everything ti ṣe tó wá wọ 26 báyìí ó wá yàtọ̀
Ó wá
gan.
yàtọ̀. So tabanika wo bí last 2 months báyìí ṣé oye tẹ́ ń ta bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ta báyìí náà lẹ̀ ṣe ń ta àbí kò.
Ògùn fún àwọn customer wa anybody ti ẹ̀jẹ̀ ègùn ló ń jẹ pọ̀nmọ́ jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ń jẹ wọ́n jẹ ẹran mọ́. Ẹran tí wọ́n kọ́lẹ́ bá abẹ́jọba kán bá gbogbo ẹ̀ wálẹ̀ o kán bá sọ fúẹ̀lì di bóyá 300 naira per litre. Àbọ̀ lè ta 300 mọ́. Ṣé kò lè wálé mọ́ ni?
Àwa ò lè sọ. All right sir, so tabanika wo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ta ẹran níbí ń sí báyìí báwo lẹ ṣe ń gé ẹran tà fáwọn customer yín?
Ẹ̀rẹ́gẹ́ 200 ni a máa gé ní 12 by 2000 12 pieces at 2000 if na 200 naira. No dey cut 100 naira again. After 200 na 500. 500 go cut am 5 for 2000.
So when you sell in kilo, how much
Kilo
is
is 85.
8,500
For
no
kilo.
discount?
Na 85. Now how many kilo you want? How many kilo you want?
Like 10 kilo.
I go give you. Don't worry.
You will give me,
I go give.
but you will give me discount.
I'll give you 83. I will give you 3.
You will give me a 3. Okay, no wahala. So what do your customers say about this? How do they feel about buying and then the prices have increased? So what are your customers saying about it?
Customer they talk as a day for my side, as a day for customer side, as everything cost. No say if you need to sell, customer go sell. See our market as it dry. Everybody they shout say something cost. May God do. Settle us first.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, man.
Morning, my sister.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, can you tell me your name?
Bola Adeshino.
Okay, Mrs. Bola Adeshino. All right. What do you sell in this market?
It's fish.
Fish.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about this your business. What type of fish do you have? Ireja wole ni bi bai.
Anta croaker, anta titus, shawa, mullet, every fish, anything by fish.
Any type of fish.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. So let's talk about the prices. How do you sell them? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tà?
Ẹja ti wọ́n. Before tẹ́lẹ̀ a máa ń ra kote 40,000. By this time nísìnyí a ń ra ní 96,000.
Wow.
Titus, original Titus, a máa ń ra ní tẹ́lẹ̀ 120, 130. Nísìnyí 2+ lára báyìí 2 and plus lára báyìí gbogbo nǹkan ti wọ́n everything ẹja ó ti wọ́n jù. Ṣáwá tẹ́lẹ̀ èló là ń rà bóyá 30,000 for now báyìí ní 60-something-thousand naira.
So time ten sọ bí ọdún mélòó sẹ́yìn àbí oṣù mélòó sẹ́yìn lẹ sọ?
Before 6 months sísìn. Yes, before 6 months last year ni là ń rà bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ ní sí ó ti wọ́n ó pọ̀ jù.
So kí lẹ wá rò pé ó fà tí owó yẹn kò fi ga sókè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó kọ̀ déédéé ṣó ẹ̀kọ́ ló kọ̀ déédéé ga sókè?
No, tẹ́lẹ̀ a máa ń gbọ́ pé dọ́là ó high dọ́là ó tún low àmọ́ ní sọ́nà ń jà ní another country pé àwọn kan ń jà àwọn dẹ̀ ló ń supply àwọn ọjà yẹn wá fún wa nínú ìyá olówó pọ̀ tẹ̀ wá sí Nàìjíríà wọ́n náà ń jà pé kò sí ọ̀nà epo náà everything ó cost nípa ìjà yẹn wá fàtí ogbó ẹ̀ fi.
Okay, so ìgbà tẹ́ wá ń ra oye tẹ́ wá ń ra àwọn pálí ẹ̀ báyìí sìn bó ṣe wọ̀n yìí èló lẹ wá ń tà ní ẹyọ tí yóò bá fẹ́ ra eléyìí tó wà ń bí báyìí sí Titus.
No, ìsáwá.
Ṣáwá lélẹ̀ ó tiẹ̀ dá bẹ́ẹ̀.
Eléyìí mẹ́ta tẹ́lẹ̀ 2,000 for now nísìnyí mẹ́ta 3,500.
3,500. So ẹ̀gẹ́ ta lẹ́yìn kọ̀ọ̀kan báyìí.
No, ẹyọ kan is 1,200.
1,200. Okay, so àwọn ńláńlá tó wà bí.
Eléyìí is 4,001.
Ìrẹ̀jà wo lélẹ̀?
Eléyìí is mullet. Mullet lélẹ̀ à ń ta ẹyọ kan ní 4,000 naira.
So ẹ mọ̀ nínú àwọn ẹja tẹ máa ń ta báyìí ó lé tí àwọn customer máa ń rà jù tí wọ́n like.
Titus.
So kí lẹ rò pé wọ́n fi like Titus?
Titus ìgẹ́ ó ní ọ̀rá. Protein. Everything ó wà lára Titus. Tí ọ̀nà ṣe like Titus all the time ló máa ń rà jù.
So ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ sọ pé 6 months ago báyìí pé oye tẹ́ ń ta nígbà yẹn kọ́lẹ̀ ń ta báyìí last year yẹn oye tẹ́ ń so kátẹ́ wá sọ pé last month ṣé oye tẹ́ ń ta báyìí lẹ ta ní last month owó yẹn ò gòkè kò dẹ̀.
No, the same thing náà ni.
The same thing náà ṣe.
Ó ìwà ní the same thing.
Okay, so ibo lẹ ti máa ń gbọ́jà yín?
Around the bíbáyìí náà ni kò dùn mú wa around the bíbáyìí.
Okay.
Àwọn wà káàkiri tó yẹ pé àwọn kò dùn mú ńlá ni àwọn tó lórúkọ ní Lagos State náà ibẹ̀ láti máa ń rà.
Ẹ sọ pé epo àtìgbà tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jansin báyìí gbogbo ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń sọ mo fẹ́ wá béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín àtìgbà tí ó ti wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ti ga sókè yẹn ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ń rẹ ẹja tẹ́lẹ̀ ní kodrum yẹn lẹ́sìn tún máa ń ra ṣó ṣì ń pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀?
Ẹja ń pọ̀ ẹja òfìgbà kan pé ẹja òfìgbà kan pé kó má sí àmọ́ owó tá a fi ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ti kéré sí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀pẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ tá a bá rà ní bí 42,000 nísìnyí ó di 96,000 different yẹn ní sọ lọ bí almost 54,000 naira ló gorí ẹ̀ ó wọ́n Titus náà wọ́n original Titus 2,200 plus 2 plus 30 kilo before tẹ́lẹ̀ 130 120 láwọn ra tẹ́lẹ̀ àmọ́ àṣírí ra mọ́lẹ̀ jẹ díẹ̀ tó àgbọ̀dọ̀ má tà níta àwọn tó mọ̀ wá mọ́ ni tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn.
So my last question for you, kí làwọn customer yẹn wá máa ń sọ báyìí bó ṣe wá gòkè sí ẹmọ tó wọ́n yẹn kọ́ skyrocket immediately ìgbà tó bá wá rà á sí báyìí kí ni wọ́n wá ń sọ ṣé wọ́n ṣe ń ra bọ́n ṣe ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀.
náà kò ọ̀rá ti bí tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́ o díẹ̀ àwọn tó ra mẹ́rin wọ́n lè ra méjì àwọn tó ra mẹ́ta wọ́n lè ra ẹyọ kan wọ́n ṣe ń rà á nìyẹn for now wọ́n ṣe ń rà á nìyẹn.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
So we are here at ConsumerHalla Market, located along ConsumerHalla Mile 12 axis, and we've just finished speaking with Mrs. Bola Adeshina. Now, Mrs. Bola Adeshina is a fish seller, and she says that the prices of the different fishes that she sells have skyrocketed outrageously. She has made it known to us that what she normally gets for 40,000 plus naira has skyrocketed to about 90-something thousand naira. Mrs. Bola Adeshina also mentioned that due to the increase in fuel prices, its effect on transportation costs, and the disparity between two political bodies in the world, the fish markets, prices of fishes in the market has witnessed a significant hike that has made it very, very difficult for consumers to be able to buy based on quantity and quality. Let's hear from other traders in the market. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, can you tell me your name?
My name is Onyechi.
Okay, Mrs. Onyechi, what do you sell in this market?
I sell food stock.
You sell food stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us some of the food stuff that you sell?
I sell stockfish,
Okay.
melon, obono,
Okay.
crayfish, catfish,
That's fish.
the dry one, yeah. Maggi, oríṣiríṣi. Salt.
So let's talk about how you sell. How much do you sell? Let's talk about the egusi, the ogbono, and the crayfish first. How do you sell them in cup and in derica?
Me cup of egusi is 500.
Okay.
The reka is 2,000.
What about crayfish?
Crayfish, the reka, I'm selling 3,500.
Okay.
Makeup 1,000. Tomato cup 500.
Tomato cup 500.
Yeah.
Okay, what about ogbono?
Obolo. Tomato cup 1,300.
Then the derica.
The reka, that is 9,000.
9,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the stockfish. Let's move to the stockfish. You said you have stockfish, then you have the dried catfish. So let's talk about the prices. How do you sell them?
Catfish has different prices. I have one that have 1,000 naira per one. I have two, 1,400, 1,700, 3, 2,000. I have some 500.
Some 500.
Yeah, for one.
Okay, so you know that people say that there are two types of egusi, the machine peeled and the hand peeled. Do you have both of them in your shop today, and do you sell them for the same price?
I have two of them, but I don't sell them the same price.
Okay, so how much do you sell the machine peeled and the hand peeled?
Machine peel is 500 makeup, while hand peel is 700 makeup.
That's for egusi.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move to the palm oil and the groundnut oil. How much do you sell them?
Palm oil, Ragolis is 1,500, while groundnut oil Ragolis is 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mrs. Onyechi, let me ask you, what is the most affordable item somebody can get in your shop today?
The cheap one
Yes, the cheapest.
is salt.
Salt.
Yeah.
How much do you sell salt for?
200, small one.
200 naira for the small one.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see that you have tomato paste here, the tin one and the sachet. So how do you sell them?
Sachet one is 200.
Okay.
Tin one, small round one, 700. The sachet one, the medium size that follows small one, 1,000. While the smallest one of that one is 650.
Okay, so let's move to spices. You have different spices here. Like, how do you sell them? Is it 200 naira? Is it 100 naira? Is it 150? How do you sell?
I have spices that sell 150. Benny, chicken flavor, and kitchen glory 150 per one. While all the whole lasso, fish, chicken, beef is 100 naira.
100 naira.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spicy tea, 100 naira.
Okay. What about curry?
100 naira. 100 naira.
100 naira. Yeah. All right, thank you. So let's move to, what determines your price. Have you been affected recently by the increase in fuel prices? Has your goods been affected, the prices?
Yes, it's very, very affected because like crayfish is, there is time that we bought soup patala 75,000. There is time increased to 150,000. That full bag of patala, 150. But now last week, come down one patala 39,000. The one I bought yesterday, patala is 35.
That's 5,000.
Yeah, difference of remove 400 on top of it.
So what you are saying now is it's more expensive right now.
It's more expensive, but yesterday they removed 400.
They removed 400 naira.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's making it that expensive? What changed between then and yesterday?
Like according to my customer, he say when there is rain, the fish will begin to come out. It will be lesser price.
Oh.
But because of the dry season, it's cost. Yes.
Okay. So what are your customers saying? Are they still buying in bulk? Are they still buying in quantity, or they've reduced? The purchasing power has reduced?
Their purchasing power reduced because like the fish now 200 naira one is very small. Maybe if somebody that want to buy like 5, if you look, you will say, let me go and buy fish. Something like that, you reduce.
Okay, so my final question from you, where do you get your goods from? Which markets do you get them from?
I'm buying from this my 12.
You buy from my 12 market?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Láti bí last year ni price yẹn ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Láti bí last year ló ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
So bulletin man right, where do you get them from when you want to buy?
Ìgbà míì a lè lọ sí Ìbàdàn, ìgbà míì a lè lọ sí Abẹ́òkúta, so tá máa ti ń get ẹ̀ ni.
Okay, so ṣé ẹ sọ pé the recent increase in fuel prices, has it affected how you sell? Has it affected your business?
Come again.
Okay. Owó epo tó ti ga sókè yẹn, the recent increase in fuel price, ṣé ẹ sọ pé transportation cost, ṣé ẹ sọ pé ó ti affect bí oye tẹ́ńtà ẹyin ṣe rí?
Ẹ ṣe rí epo yẹn náà wà nù ẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì náà oúnjẹ adìẹ náà tó ń jẹ, oúnjẹ adìẹ náà ti wọ́n. Bàtà bá béèrè pé kí ló dé tí ó fi wọ́n máa ní epo ti wọ́n. So epo yẹn ti jẹ́ kó affect gbogbo business.
Ó ti jẹ́ kó affect. So ṣé báwo àwọn customer yẹn ṣe wá, ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọn máa ń ra in bulk bọ́n ṣe máa ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀, àbí wọ́n tẹ̀ wá ń complain wọn kì í rà dáadáa mọ́?
Kó ọjà ó dàbí tìgbà kan ọ̀bọ̀ a manage ẹ̀ṣà dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run.
So final question mi fún yín, oye tẹ́ ta ní last month, ṣé oye tẹ́ ń ta ní month?
Bá a ṣe ń ta náà ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ta náà nìyẹn. All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, we just heard from Mr. Ganiyu Olarewaju, and he has mentioned that in recent times, the prices of eggs has moved from 5,200 naira to 5,800 naira. Now, he has attributed this increase in price change to two different factors, transportation cost and the prices of feed in the farms. Now, let's hear from other traders in the market. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, sister. You're welcome.
Thank you. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm good too, thank you. So, can you tell me your name?
My name is Mrs. Arojolu Adesuwa Deborah.
Okay, Mrs. Deborah. So what do you sell in this market?
It's a stockfish, normally called oporoko.
Oporoko. Okay, so you have lots. Wait, let's even ask: are there types of stockfish? Do you have different types of stockfish, or is just one particular type? Okay,
There are different types.
Okay.
There are some that are called cod. Cod is the number one. Then apama. There is also two, and there is haddock.
So which one do you have in your shop today?
I have different types. I have both cod, I have apama, and I have haddock.
Okay, so now that we've established the ones you have in your shop, let's talk about the prices. How do you sell them based on size?
It depends. We have some that it depends on the size, like you said.
Yes.
There are some it's small, and I know it's expensive now.
Yes.
We sell for 1.5, 1.2, but the bigger ones, like this jumbo head, we have the one of 15 anymore. We're selling like this for each one is 500. But if you see people that want to count, those people that want to go and resell, we sell to them at the rate of 400. That's 1.2.
So what's the cost of the recent increase in the price? Why did the price change?
I really do not, I can't tell.
So when you buy from your suppliers, from the people you get from, what do they say? What is the reason they give you that made the price skyrocket like this?
According to them, they said it's the exchange rates that is high, and things are going high every day.
Yeah.
So that's the excuse they gave us, the exchange rates.
But normally we know that oporoko is an expensive
item.
So you mentioned that in the past month, past 3 weeks, that it has gone up. What are your customers saying about this?
They are really complaining, a lot of them. Some of them are complaining, some of them, we have to persuade them, we have to plead with them to buy. Because they will tell you, oh, we can go and cook without it. But actually some people, without it, they cannot prepare their soup.
Yes.
So they will have to buy. But before they buy, we have to speak to them. It's not been easy persuading customers to buy ever since it's gone up.
Yeah. Okay, so based on what you told me now, you said you mentioned the jumbo size and everything. The egg. So these ones here now, how do you sell these ones that you've put here based on how you?
When we buy.
Yeah.
Like now, this is a bag. This is a bag.
So how
when
much
we
you get
buy,
the bag for?
it depends on which type you are buying. For that bag now, it's sold at the rate of 390,000. This actual one. There's the one like the bag of this one too.
What type is this?
This one is Apama, grade 1. So we get the bag of this one for 470. So by the time you buy these things, you pour them on the floor. Then you grade by size. So by the time you are grading, you get your book and your pen. Then you write. Then you mark it like this one. If you see, there's a marker here. When you buy, you pour it down from the bag. Then you pick size by size. Then grade, write down the price. And sometimes for you to have easy, for it to be easy for you when you are selling it, you just put a price tag. It's like this mark I put here signifies the price. When I want to sell it, I will know how much it goes for.
So how much is this then?
This V represents 5.
Wow.
5,000. Sometimes I can as well sell at the rate of 4-5 when we are buying in larger quantity.
So I want to understand the idea behind using letters for the prices. Why? Because I mean, you might as well just write maybe 5,000 here, and people will still buy.
Sometimes it depends on which one. Sometimes I do write it that way, but it depends on how the spirit leads at that moment. So I will just sometimes I will use Roman numeral or use.
So is there another one that has Roman numeral here?
Yeah. You can see this one. I use number.
Oh, that's 65.
Yes.
So why? Sorry.
There's another one. The other ones too. Look at this one now. This one is Ivy. This 4-5.
4-5.
5 take away 1.
Wow. Okay, so this one now, compared with this one that you showed me the first time, that one seems bigger than this, but this one is more expensive than that one. This one is 6.5. That one you showed me the first time was 5,000 naira.
Yes.
So why? Because this one now to me seems bigger than this.
No. This one is bigger. It has weight. It's more weight. Sometimes stockfish can spread to be large, but it's by the weight. Even from the bag, it came with 30 kg.
So now I understand this. So what is the most affordable amount someone can get stockfish in your shop today?
There's the one of 500, but we don't sell the one of 200 anymore. Initially, we were tying 500, but all those are stopped because if you do it, the money will not be complete.
Wow. I'm looking at one type of stockfish over there, this long one. What type is that one?
This one is awesome. It's called awesome.
Awesome. Yes. Awesome. Wow. So how much is this?
This one goes at the rate of 12,000.
12,000 naira. Okay, so out of all this type of stockfish that you've mentioned, which one do your customers buy more? Which one they like most?
The head.
The head of which one? Also the cod and this one. Which particular?
That's Apama actually.
The Apama. Why?
Because it's sweeter and cod is actually the most expensive. But people hardly buy because if Adibin is called this size, you see it not less than 8,000.
Wow.
And Apama this size going for 5,000, it's cheaper for them.
Yes.
And Apama is sweet. It scents, gives good scent, good taste.
Good taste.
And there are some that you buy that will not have, ants or be invaded by worm.
Yeah.
This one won't see it.
Okay. So my last question for you, is there a particular season where stockfish, gets scarce or it's more abundant in the market?
Time when it gets scarce is around, January, February. It's always scarce. December time, you see it, but not much. Okay. Not that much because the demand will be more. Then people want to take it to travel out, want to use it for the festive season and all of that. So
why is it scarce during January and February?
Some of their company would have gone on holiday. The production company where they produce it overseas. It's a foreign goods.
Yeah.
Comes from outside the country, from Norway and all of that. So some of them go on holiday after the December production and everything to return by March. So during that period where they are on holiday, it will be scarce, to be limited in the market.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
God bless you.
Consumers, hope you enjoyed today's episode. In today's episode, we have explored Koshofe markets and we have heard the different stories of different traders, the stockfish seller, the butcher, the pomo seller, and every other trader that serves the consumers' daily needs. And one thing has been consistent with their stories: inflation and transportation costs has been a major bone of contention in the current prices of food items in Nigeria. So this begs the question, what is the hope of the common man if this does not change in recent months? It is not over, but until the next episode, you can catch us on ConsumerHallaTV on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube. My name is Peace Nwoke, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHallaTV. Until the next episode, bye for now.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, As a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. and grateful. Top of the morning to you all Nigerians that are watching your favorite breakfast show on ConsumerHallaTV Perspective, and welcome. This is where we examine the major national and international issues shaping diplomacy, governance, security and public affairs. Absolutely, and of course we're ready to begin the conversation this morning. I am your host, Hayomi Konleke. It's a pleasure to have you there joining us.
All right, good morning and welcome to another beautiful edition of Perspective on ConsumerHallaTV. Today we focus on the renewed xenophobic tensions in South Africa and the federal government's decision to begin evacuation arrangement for Nigerians willing to return home. The latest development follows renewed anti-foreigner protest in part of South Africa, particularly in Durban and Johannesburg, where groups have accused foreigners of contributing to unemployment, crime and pressure on public services. Nigerian authorities say the protests have created fear and uncertainty among Nigerians living in the country. I'm Kiki Alomo Ajibola. Good morning and welcome to the show once again.
According to the Nigerian government, more than 130 Nigerians have already registered for voluntary evacuation as concerns go over their safety. The Foreign Affairs Minister, Bianca Ujuku, says Nigeria cannot ignore the report of harassment, intimidation, and alleged extrajudicial killings involving Nigerians in South Africa. And the Nigerian consulate in Johannesburg had earlier issued security advisories, urging Nigerians to avoid protest areas and unnecessary confrontation during the planned nationwide demonstrations across South Africa's Nan province.
And this is not the first time xenophobic violence has strained relations between Nigeria and South Africa. South Africa has witnessed repeated attacks against foreign nationals over the years, with migrants from Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Somalia and other African countries often affected. The situation has also triggered reactions in Nigeria, with some groups calling for boycott of South African businesses operating in the country, while others urge calm and diplomacy to avoid worsening tensions between Africa's two largest economies.
Interesting. To help us understand this diplomatic and sensitive economic and security implications of this crisis, this morning we're joined by Mr. Collins Nweke. He's a global affairs analyst, and he will be shedding more light by giving us insight on this sensitive conversation. Thank you for joining us this morning on Perspective, Mr. Collins Nweke. It's a pleasure to have you around.
My pleasure to be here with you, Ire and Kike. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good to have you here again. Now let's go straight into the business of the day, because there's xenophobia, of course, it's not just getting started. If you look at the history, it started between the late 90s to the early 2000s. And here we are in 2026, still talking about this issue. What, in your view, what are the major drivers behind the repeated xenophobic attacks in South Africa?
Well, thank you. First and foremost, I think it's fair to begin by saying that what we're witnessing in South Africa is deeply troubling, not only because Nigerians and other African nationals are reportedly being targeted, but because it strikes at the very soul of the African project. Xenophobia and Afrophobia undermine everything Pan-Africanism stood for. Solidarity, shared destiny, and mutual respect among African people. And yeah, you asked them a very, very important question, which is, what are the drivers of this, renewed attack? And I'm also happy that you drew attention to the fact that this wouldn't be the first time that this is happening. Now, the immediate triggers may vary, but the deeper drivers are largely social economic. Now, South Africa continues to battle extremely high unemployment, inequality, poverty, and frustration among sections of the population. In an environment such as that, foreigners often become easy scapegoats. Unfortunately, criminality and undocumented migration are sometimes mixed into the conversation, allowing populist actors to, somehow redirect public anger towards migrants rather than structural governance challenges. But let us be clear, Ira and Kiki, hardship does not justify violence. Economic frustration may explain tensions, but it can never excuse attacks on innocent people. This is why the issue should not only be viewed as a South African problem, it reflects a broader African challenge, how to manage mobility, economic disparity, and social cohesion within a rapidly urbanizing continent. I think that's the major challenge there.
All right, Mr. Collins, that was a very good one. You've spoken about the fact that this xenophobic attack and the acrophobic attack is not the first time, and it is not looking like it's going to be the last time because of how the economy is, especially as African countries. But right now, we have relations with South Africa, and Nigeria often appear to be among the most visible targets during these attacks. Why do you think Nigerians are specifically affected?
Well, Nigerians are among the most visible African migrant communities across the continent. And let me say this by way of context. 1 in every 4 or 1 in every 5 black person in the world, and I'm not just talking of Africa, any black person in the world, 1 in 4, some estimates have put it at 1 in 5, is Nigeria. So, what that means essentially is that we are visible. And we are everywhere. Everywhere we are, we are seen. Nigerians, they are entrepreneurial, mobile, resilient, and culturally influential. Now, visibility, unfortunately, also attracts, stereotypes. There have been, isolated cases involving criminal elements, just as it exists in every nationality. The mistake is often isolated criminality becomes generalized into collective blame against millions of innocent Nigerians. We see it happen even out here in Europe where I am. The overwhelming majority of Nigerians are broader law-abiding people contributing positively to economies across Africa and the world, as doctors, medics, academics, traders, engineers, creatives, and, investors. We must therefore separate legitimate law enforcement from mob violence and ethnic profiling.
All right, interesting. While making your analysis, Mr. Collins, I'm so glad that you made sight of how important Nigerians are, how blessed and talented that we are. And automatically, this issue still bounces back in one way or the other to the government of Nigeria as a whole. How would you assess the Nigerian government handling of this latest situation, especially the evacuation arrangement for affected citizens?
Well, Nigeria has generally responded with both caution and diplomatic restraint. And I believe Kike actually made reference to, the need to actually, prevent some sort of reactive approach rather than one that is thought through. So it is understandable because, emotionally charged diplomacy can worsen tensions and endanger citizens further. Now, there have been evacuation plans, we have been told, diplomatic engagements. I mean, our Foreign Affairs Minister, Madam Bianca Odumegwu, has had high-level conversations with her counterpart in South Africa. There have been high-level condemnations and consultations through the African Union and, bilateral channels. Now, many Nigerians often expect a stronger symbolic posture from their government because of Nigeria's historic leadership role on the continent. Now, the challenge for government is balancing public outreach with strategic diplomacy. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes right now because it's not an easy matter to handle. Megaphone diplomacy may satisfy emotions temporarily, but may not always protect lives effectively. And that is, the delicate balancing act that the Nigerian government, have got to, contend with in this particular matter?
All right, Mr. Collins, I must honestly say that the Nigerian government are actually, following up this conversation, this situation with a high level of intelligence, because you don't, it's like they are trying not to retaliate. The citizens of Nigeria, some citizens are trying to aggravate things by, targeting also South Africans living in Nigeria, which is absolutely not the way to go. But then, do you think African governments collectively are doing enough to address xenophobic violence across the continent, or is stronger regional action required? Because right now, it has moved away from just Nigerian. It is now targeted at a lot of other African countries.
The straightforward answer to your question, Kike, is that no, not quite. African governments haven't quite been doing enough. African governments have condemned the violence, yes, those are on record. But condemnation alone is no longer enough. The continent needs preventive mechanisms, not only reactive statements after attacks have occurred. Where have they been all this while? I mean, the African Union and regional blocs should establish strong rapid, mediation frameworks and continental protocols for migrant, protection. There's always need for deeper investment in Pan-African civic education. Many young Africans know little about the shared struggles that built modern Africa. Can you imagine that these young people running rampage right now in South Africa? You ask yourself, what have they learned from their parents and grandparents? Didn't they hear the story of how Africans stood firmly, by South Africa when apartheid was, tearing the country down? These are the sort of civic education that has to now be organized at a pan-African level to begin to address these issues in a structural manner.
Absolutely, that is interesting. I must say once again, when we started this conversation, I made it back to history briefly, and looking at it, it never just started. It took back in the late 1990s, and if I will be precise, 1994, where this issue happened. So looking at it back away, is there anything Nigeria could have done differently, diplomatically or strategically, to prevent tensions from escalating to this point? Looking at the fact, coupled with the fact rather that it's not just starting now.
Absolutely, Ire. Yeah, there's always, this thing called lesson learned. And I want to believe that both government and their advisors are actually, taking notes. They're not going to come on air to announce all of those to us. But, retrospectively, I would say Nigeria perhaps could have institutionalized a more structured diaspora protection architecture within Africa earlier than now. For example, stronger economic diplomacy mechanisms, better migrant documentation system, quicker consular responsiveness, and more proactive citizen engagement platforms abroad, those could help. Nigeria also needs to strengthen its domestic economy because that's where it boils down. One reason migration pressures intensify is because many young Africans across the continent are searching for opportunities elsewhere. Wherever they can find those opportunities, they jet off to those places. Right now, it does look to quite a good number of them that South Africa is a newfound, economic paradise for them, and that is accessible. So that's one of the reasons they are there. A prosperous Nigeria with strong institutions becomes only a protected nation, but also a respected one. I think, we need to pay attention or continued attention to that.
Absolutely, sir. Migration is not something that I feel like everybody just want to start doing. It's because of the way the economy is currently. That is why a lot of people are migrating. And South Africa seems to be the one closer to home compared to, thousands of miles away. But beyond evacuation, Mr. Collins, and diplomatic engagement, what response options do you think are still available to Nigeria at this particular stage that we are in currently?
Yeah, thank you for that, Kike. I will first address retaliation. I know that's not the core question, but I think it's important. Retaliation should be approached very, very carefully. I mean, I'm not one to rule it out completely. Nigeria and South Africa are two strategic pillars of Africa. I think you mentioned that in your intro.
Yes.
Egypt is also, another strong force. But Nigeria and South Africa, I mean, these are very, very strategic African pillars. Now, a prolonged diplomatic confrontation between them weakens the continent economically and politically. That said, Nigeria has, legitimate tools available. Diplomatic pressure, stronger citizen protection measures, regional engagement, targeted economic reviews, and multilateral, advocacy. But the immediate goal should not be punishment. It should be sustainable coexistence and, in my opinion, accountability. So, to sum it, I would say, if I have a bit of time, first, immediate citizen protection, I'm trying to summarize now. And then second, structured diplomatic engagement with Pretoria. Third, engagement through the African Union and regional bodies. There is no point in one country trying to go solo, like Ghana, made a representation to the African Union. No, this should be collective. Fourth, stronger diaspora data and emergency coordination system have got to be put in place. Fifth, I would say public communication that protects, Nigerians without inflaming South African, sentiment. And I believe Bianca Ojukwu has done that, pretty well. And then finally, long-term economic reform. I cannot emphasize that enough. Long-term economic reforms at home. The stronger protection any country can offer its citizens abroad is strong economy and credible, strong institutions at home.
I totally agree with you, but in another sentence that the response to situations like this is not being aggressive, because rephrasing a Yoruba adage that says, when iron meets iron, one will surely bend for each other. So I don't think we should even go that route, because that's not the solution to this issue at hand. But I strongly believe that when we're having conversations like this, Africa is Africa, be it South Africa, East Africa, West Africa, Ghana, wherever you are, we are all one. So do these recurring attacks suggest that the dream of African unity and the regional integration is gradually failing?
No, but it is being tested in a major way. Now, Europe went through, centuries of conflict before building stronger integration structures that, people like us are enjoying today and playing a part in. Africa's integration journey will also face tensions and contradictions, such as what we are experiencing in South Africa today. Now, the answer is not, to abandon Pan-Africanism. No. The answer is to deepen it beyond slogans into practical cooperation, jobs, trade, education, cultural exchange, and responsible governance. Africa's future depends on Africans seeing one another not as threats, but as partners in shared prosperity.
Mr. Collins, there was a documentary that was filmed I think around 3 years ago by a very popular name in the media industry, and it spoke about this xenophobic attack, particularly based on Operation Dodula. I don't know if you are familiar with that operation in South Africa. They're the one carrying out most of this major violence, and most of the conversation would be, oh, there's other foreign countries, foreigners are selling drugs, they are illegal migration, migrants, they are causing unemployment, the free housing given to them by South African government, they are renting it out to them, they go to their places, attack them, stuff like that. And it even got to a point that in that documentary, it wasn't just about foreigners. Even if you are a mixed nation like Nigeria married to a South African, they're still questioning your nationality. Even if you have the citizenship card of South Africa, they're still questioning it because they just don't want to accept the fact that you are in their country. How much of this crisis is actually linked to unemployment, economic hardship, and social inequality within South Africa itself, as these South Africans are claiming right now, and they are justifying it for their actions?
The fact is, Kiki, that all of the elements, all of the factors that you have named are actually, represented in the mix one way or the other. But I think that the bigger question is, what rights do individuals have to take the laws into their hands? Okay, let's take for instance that, a Nigerian or any other African migrant is dealing drugs in South Africa. Civilians, mobs do not have any business in attacking those people. That is what the law enforcement is set up for. So they should report that. Now, the right that you cannot take away from South Africans is when they feel that their social system is being put under pressure by migrants. You cannot take away the rights for them to protest. They have the right to do that, but it should be done within the confines of the law. And then allow the law to take its course. Now, there are advocacy groups, and I hope that there are advocacy groups on both sides. I mean, those that protect the rights of migrants and those that further the national interests of South Africa, that ultimately they will begin to dialogue and eventually get the system to work. That is essentially where it all rests, allowing the system, these institutions to work.
As far as I'm concerned, I think transparency is very, very important because issues like this, we know that we know the chance and understand the Nigeria government, are facing towards issues like this. So, to what extent the political rhetoric, and public statement by some South African politicians contribute to anti-foreigner sentiment?
Oh yes, it's contributing in a major way and in a very, very dangerous way. Now, let me say this. The dream that, most everyday South Africans had since 1994 when apartheid was toppled and democracy, installed in their country, some have felt a very high level of, disappointment. As you and I speak, Ire, the youth unemployment is at about 49%. I mean, what that essentially means is that of every 10 young person in South Africa, nearly 5, are unemployed. So that actually, is a failure on the part of government. Now, government operatives, including, or let me even say, especially the ruling party, for want of a better explanation for what is happening, they are actually speaking from both sides of their mouth, trying to, position the, or like they say in South Africa, locate the problem somewhere else than where it actually is, which is a failure of, governance. So they just allow them, okay, it is not right to carry out violence, but at the same time, South Africans have the right to, protest. That is not what a responsible government should be doing. They should be condemning it, frontally and outlining steps to ensure that it stops forthwith. But they are, resting on that as a way, let me say, indirect way of excusing their failures. Now, on the other hand, yes, there are those that are genuinely feel that migrants are a strain and that is the problem, that is the reason they are not getting, a fair share of economic advancement there. But that is misplaced and, it should not be.
Mr. Collins, we've been seeing a lot of we've actually witnessed some xenophobic attack in the past years, but this one seems to be something that is the talk of the town currently from like over a week now. How serious is this latest wave of tensions compared to previous xenophobic incidents witnessed in South Africa over the years?
Yeah, I think this all started kicking with, framing this as xenophobia. That was in the early years. Now, I think the term Afrophobia is increasingly more accurate, and that actually speaks to its seriousness. Because many of the attacks disproportionately target fellow Africans rather than all foreigners equally. Now,
exactly.
This is the tragedy. This is the tragedy of it. Africans turning against Africans weaken continental unity and damages the credibility of the African integration agenda, including the African continental, free trade area. If Africans cannot peacefully coexist within Africa, then the dream of economic integration becomes much harder to achieve. But you see, this is not the sort of a gospel that, the rampaging young people want to hear. And that is why I will continue to emphasize, the necessity of civic education, not at the tertiary level of education, but right from the kindergarten, from the nursery schools.
Okay then, aside from the footages and the clip saying on the media to affirm the situation, the regulation bodies too as well have affirmed this unpleasant situation happening right now. So what role should the African Union and regional bodies like the SADC play in preventing and responding to the xenophobic violence?
Well, like I said earlier, I think it is important that Africa acts in unity, and the regional body, the African Union, and the regional blocs, for instance, ECOWAS, SADC, and the rest of them, should establish a stronger early warning system for xenophobic, violence, rather than mediation frameworks. Mediation framework is important, and it should be rapid mediation frameworks and continental protocols. Not necessarily a protocol from individual countries. There are 54 of them. No, it should be continent-wide protocol for migrant protection. There is also need for deeper investment in Pan-African civic education. I said that earlier. There is this thing, that they called Africa Peer Review Mechanism. Well, that should be taken more seriously now and actually, be part of that protocol that compels every nation of the world, every nation of Africa to indeed make a peer review now and again, meet where you meet at the AU level, even AU Parliament, and then compare notes and then review practices. These are some of the things that could be done at the continental level, anchored by the African Union, and then this becomes a continent-wide strategy.
And finally, before we let you go, Mr. Collins, let's talk about some preventive measure that we can take. So what practical long-term measures can help prevent future xenophobic crises and strengthen peaceful coexistence across Africa?
Right. You see, Kika, in answering this, question, I just feel that this moment calls for wisdom, not rage. Every Nigerian life matters. Every African life matters. Violence against any African anywhere on the continent diminishes all of us collectively. Now, Nigeria must firmly protect its citizens, but Africa must also protect its moral vision. And that is where, your question comes. The continent cannot speak of unity in conference halls while Africans fear one another in the streets of Africa. It just doesn't work that way. The long-term solution, sustainable solution, I must add, lies not in retaliation, but in justice, economic inclusion, responsible political leadership, and renewed Pan-African consciousness. Africa's strength will not come from isolation, but it will come from solidarity between Nigeria and South Africa, Botswana and, Ethiopia, and so on and so forth.
Mr. Collins Nweke, your knowledgeable insights on this conversation will make things work out for good, absolutely. And many thanks for joining us on the conversation and for sharing your insight on this important issue. It's a pleasure to have you on the program.
My pleasure. Thank you always for having me.
All right, please do well to enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes.
And for the sake of those who are just joining us on the breakfast show this morning, right there, that was Mr. Collins Nweke. Many thanks to him for sharing his insight on this important issue. And he joined us on the xenophobia and evacuation of Nigerians from South Africa. That was a very beautiful one, Kike.
A very insightful one indeed.
The renewed xenophobic tensions in South Africa have once again exposed the deep challenges surrounding migration, unemployment, diplomacy, and regional cooperation on the African continent.
And with more Nigerians already registering for voluntary evacuation and diplomatic engagement, continuing between Abuja and Pretoria, the coming days will be critical in determining how both countries manage the crisis. The situation has also renewed conversations about the safety of Africans living in other African countries and whether continental institutions are doing enough to uphold the ideals of African unity and integration.
Analysts say the repeated xenophobic violence could undermine the regional economic cooperation effort under the African Continental Free Trade Area, especially at a time African leaders continue to push for the stronger intra-African trade mobility and collaboration. For many observers, the major question now is whether this latest crisis will finally lead to stronger protection frameworks for migrants across Africa, or whether the continent will continue to witness recurring cycles of xenophobic violence. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back. Let's go on a short break. Perspective is still going on. We'll be right back. Today on the show, No Leave, No Transfer. Welcome back to Perspective, where we examine the major policy decisions and how they affect infrastructure investment. And on the second half of the show, we're talking about the Federal Executive Council as they approve the strategic PPP infrastructure project across Nigeria.
All right, and that is a very, very good one to talk about this morning, as the Federal Executive Council has approved a new set of public-private partnership infrastructure project across Nigeria. According to official report from the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, the approved project include the development of a smart national transport data bank and 2 independent power projects for the One Port Complex in Rivers State and the Apapa Port Complex in Lagos.
This initiative is a part of government effort to attract private sector financing into infrastructure development, especially in transport data system and power supply to key economic corridors. And the government says the project are designed to improve efficiency, reduce logistics, bottlenecks, and support economic productivity in the major trade hubs like Lagos Port, which Nigeria is still facing infrastructure deficit in power, transport, and logistics. The PPP model continues to play a central role in financing national development. And as we discuss the implications of these approvals, we're joined by Shola Bikirste, He's the Group Director, FIC Professionals Network PLC. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Shola, on the show this beautiful morning.
Good morning. Happy to be
morning.
here.
It's so good to have you. I love the sound of that. That is quite sharp. All right, let's go into it. And apologies if I didn't pronounce your surname very well, because I knew that was not the right pronunciation. But we'll get back to that before we end the show. The Federal Executive Council has approved a new PPP project, including the National Transport Data Bank and the Port Power Project. From a finance and investment perspective, tell us the significance of this approach.
Well, it is better than doing nothing. The approvals are around power and road info. So if we start with power, Nigeria needs 1,000 of such similar power projects. And this current government has done the right thing right from the beginning in 2023, when they passed the power dilution law that now allows us to develop their own power. So for me, 2 years after, for the Federal Executive to be putting energy to approve 2 power projects, PPP arrangement, is like in Panadol for cancer. It is better than nothing, but it is too little when you talk about the power requirements for Nigeria. So it relates to power. As it relates to the road infrastructure, it's the same thing. Nigeria has rural roads, state roads, and federal roads. So when you give concession to some people to do some portion of the roads, it doesn't cover it. So the fundamental approach is wrong. The FEC should stop wasting their energy around, if you like, political approvals, and pay more attention to what they started with 2 years ago by allowing the infrastructure to be moved from federal to states and even local governments level. So this kind of PPP approval at local government level, it should not be at federal government level at this stage of Nigeria's development.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shola, for that beautiful one right there. But now Nigeria continues to rely on PPPs for infrastructure funding. What does this say about government fiscal capacity and private sector confidence?
Oh, well, let's first of all understand that money will always follow opportunity anywhere it exists. So the fact that there will always be private people who will approach government to, get into one arrangement or the other is natural, because Nigeria is opportunity endless. And by extension, sub-Saharan Africa. If Nigeria we should not just be talking about building infrastructure PPP for just Nigeria. We should be talking about PPP for Congo, for Cameroon, for Niger, and the surrounding countries around sub-Saharan Africa. Because what is more important is a financial infrastructure that the federal government can put in place to finance the endless opportunity that is across Nigeria. So whether government is doing the right thing or not, the private sector people will always do their best to try and take advantage of the deep infrastructure gap that exists across sub-Saharan Africa.
You just made mention of the financial infrastructure, and critically when looking at the financial infrastructure, I think the data bank is meant to be well accumulated. So now the transport data bank is meant to improve the logistic and planning efficiency. As we all know, how important is data infrastructure in solving Nigeria's transport challenges?
Let's go beyond just transport data. One of the biggest challenges Nigeria's economy has today is data. The absence very few. verified and reliable data. So it's not just sports. There have been school of thoughts that argue that the only job that government is supposed to be doing is gathering data. How many corn farmers do we have in? What is the size of their farmland? Goals do we have in there? Where are they located? And when we now talk about, of course, transport, how many cars in Nigeria and all, so data was trans. And one of the evidence of a government that knows what they're doing is actually heavy investment in data collection in every aspect of the economy. And from there, we can get so much more done as a nation.
All right, so Mr. Shola, let's quickly take a look at this project itself, because the Approved Power Project target key economic zones like Apapa and Onne Port. How critical is stable electricity in improving port productivity and trade efficiency?
It's crucial. That's the simple answer. Power is essential for any economy to grow. I'm a satellite engineer, and when you look at the map of the world on a 24-hour cycle, it will shock you how dark sub-Saharan Africa is compared to the rest of the world, and that's because of the absence of power. So yes, for the ports and the industrial zones, that is a good starting point. It will make a huge difference in the places where they are located. But like I said, we need 1,000 of those kind of power projects all over Nigeria. Meant to start happening.
All right, if we take an eagle eye to look at how the system has been over the years, we can testify that the PPP project often depend on the long-term investor returns. And now, so what do you think are the risks that typically affect investor participation in such infrastructure deals in Nigeria?
Yeah, once again, it's one of the things that we've not gotten right in Nigeria, because a lot of PPP projects are usually between the federal government and a private company. One of the things that can be done to correct that situation is to require all PPP arrangements to go public, either from the beginning or at some point in the future. So going public is to be listed on either local or international stock exchanges. If that requirement is built into Nigeria's PPP projects, I promise you a lot of PPP arrangements function properly. They will be well funded, they will be well structured, and they are more likely to be sustainable over a long period, as against the situation where we have a lot of PPP projects all over Nigeria. A lot of them are not working very well, and it's because the private is usually individuals, and it should be public to public. Public now mean publicly listed organizations. In actual fact, one of the things that any knowledgeable Nigerian government can do is to go back to so many government-related projects that fall around PPP and require them to be listed on stock exchanges globally. Start with NNPC, for example, that we've struggled with so long. Just list them on the exchanges. Ajaokuta Steel, so many power plants that belong to federal government, and they don't know what to do with it, and they're practically giving it out for free to individuals who are more or less just living off those projects. So it's fundamentally flawed. If we go back to requiring PPPs to be centered around publicly listed organizations, in the first instance, Nigeria will become unbelievably cash rich, within a very short period. That was what Saudi Arabia did. They listed their own equivalent of NNPC, and they made so much money, they didn't even know what to do with the money again. And there's a recent case of a private individual who did a PPP, took over a power project from federal government, took it to the stock exchange, and cashed out in trillions from a federal government investment. That is money that should have gone to Nigeria. But that is a practical example of what we can now do as a nation and start taking so many PPP projects, take them public, and take the headache away from government. Government has no business staying in business.
All right, you've just spoken about how much of resources we have and how much resources our government are not really taking a good look into. But then how do regulatory clarity and policy consistency influence investor confidence in PPP infrastructure project currently?
Yeah, very, very important. Not to take away from what the Nigerian Infrastructure Regulatory Commission is doing. They're doing quite a lot of work, but they are clearly overwhelmed. And because Nigeria is a construction site all over the place. But the consistency is key. And that consistency, especially over time, and the tendency for new governments or new regimes to do somersaults has been one of Nigeria's biggest challenges. So many, one example is a concern with the Lagos airport that took 20 years to solve. I mean, that is quite something. So we need to take extra effort to be very consistent and not to be punitive. Nigeria's current trend now is that by next year, if this current regime is still not in power, a lot of initiatives that they put in place stand the risk of being reversed, even if they are progressive ones. Hopefully, government will get it and they will, pedal down on policy somersaults as we progress. But it is very fundamental and very key that policy consistency will drive investor confidence, both locally and internationally.
Interesting. Yeah, if we are to be sincere with ourselves and very transparent, we all know that Nigeria has a large infrastructure deficit across the part, transport and logistics. You made mention of that earlier while having your analysis. Can the PPP realistically close this gap at the required scale?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Okay, I said we all know that Nigeria has a large infrastructure deficit across the power, the transport and the logistic. So can the PPP realistically close this gap at the required scale?
It cannot. The current PPP arrangement, like I've said, needs to be revised. It is not adequate. It is just touching the surface. We need something that is much more comprehensive, that can operate at the local government level and state levels, more or less, for PPP to be happening per hour instead of per regime. If you take China, for example, one of the things that China did is an example that we can use. The reason why there are so many developed cities in China is because the federal government of China allowed the local governments to manage their own development. They just gave them the framework to work with. And so the PPP that we have in Nigeria needs to move from federal right down to local governments. And the framework should encourage stock exchange activity instead of private individual activity, because the private individual arrangements tend to go to political affiliates and personal interested persons. But a publicly listed type of PPP is less likely to allow, favoritism and those kind of things that tend to happen in the Nigerian environment.
Absolutely. But before we go, let's talk about this particular conversation, which is the reform that we are talking about. So what reforms are still needed to make PPPs more effective in delivering infrastructure at scale in Nigeria? As you mentioned earlier on, that this particular one is quite not adequate.
Yes, I've said it already. Maybe we should add another P to the PPP. Yes, public, private, and publicly listed instead of just the private and publicly listed. That is the solution to Nigeria's policy around PPP arrangement. If governments can take that initiative and upgrade that law, we will see substantial growth in the much needed infrastructure deficit for Nigeria. And by the way, relating to the conversation you had before we started this conversation, the reason why a lot of Nigerians are leaving Nigeria is because of infrastructure. Of course, that extends to security, but infrastructure can also take care of security. So if that infrastructural problem is resolved, a lot of Nigerians, or much more Nigerians, will stay back in the country and they will not run away to go and look for environments where the infrastructure meets their personal ambitions.
All right, interesting one right there. Yoruba will say "Kindu Kinpo Shoki Lobe." Kiki, how do we interpret that in English? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Shola, for that. But before we go, I'll go back to the pronunciation of your surname. Please, can you pronounce your surname very well so I can make adjustment on that?
So just for the record, I'm from Lagos Island.
I'm from
Idugora. So I'm a full-blooded Lagosian. So the spelling is Bikaste.
Okay, Bikaste. All right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Shola, for your insight on the conversation about the recent approval of the PPP infrastructure project, reflecting on Nigeria as it continues its reliance on the private sector participation to finance the critical development in transport, energy, and logistics system. It's a pleasure to have you on the conversation. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day, Mr. Shola.
Thank you for having me.
All right, do well to have a very great day.
All right. Then.
Yeah, that was a very beautiful one right there. We had Mr. Shola on the show, joining us by sharing a lot of insight about the fake approval of the strategic PPP infrastructure project across Nigeria, and the ongoing challenges in power supply, the congestion at major ports, and transport inefficiencies. And this project are expected to target the key bottlenecks in economic activity.
Absolutely. However, for consumers and businesses, the key question remains how quickly these investments translate into improved services, reduced costs, and more efficient infrastructure systems that directly affect daily economic life. Thank you so much for joining the conversation this morning, and that was a very, very insightful one we had on the program.
Okay, this is where we drop the pen finally on the conversation this morning. It's always a pleasure to have our guest join us on the conversation, and to have very beautiful viewers at home joining us on your favorite breakfast show. It's always a pleasure to know you are always there. And on this conversation, it's always delightful as well to have my girl Kikelo Majivola on the show. And this is where we draw the curtain finally on the conversation. We'll be right back again tomorrow. Follow us on all our social media handles, just like Kikelo will say. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello, consumers. You have the right to be heard. Absolutely. So join us on the conversation. Share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello, consumers. You're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello, consumers. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV.
Good morning and welcome to the news at 10. I am here, Ayomi Konleki. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Mr. Taiwo Idile, says Nigeria can no longer rely mainly on borrowing to finance development projects. He made a statement at the 28th Annual Tax Conference of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria in Abuja, where he stressed the need for a sustainable system to support infrastructure, healthcare, education, security, and social protection. Mr. Idile remarks come shortly after a report emerged that the federal government had intensified discussions with the World Bank over a fresh $1.25 billion loan aimed at supporting economic reforms, competitiveness, and job creation. He explained that sustainability was not only about raising revenue, but also about reducing inequality, protecting vulnerable citizens, and encouraging the economic productivity. The minister said the federal government ongoing tax reforms were designed to make the economy more investment-friendly while improving the fiscal sustainability. According to him, Nigeria's tax system has suffered for years from multiple taxation, weak compliance, fragmented administration, and excessive dependence on a narrow revenue base, leaving businesses burdened with overlapping levies and rising compliance costs. Mr. Idile had that reforms would simplify tax administration, improve fairness, and strengthen trust within the government and citizens. It disclosed that minimum wage earners had been exempted from personal income tax, while the burden on low and middle income earners had been reduced. As it also said, the government was working with states to harmonize taxes, revealing that 15 states had already enacted the tax harmonization laws. 4 commercial banks in Nigeria have published details of more than 321,000 dormant accounts in compliance with a directive from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The affected banks are Access Bank, Union Bank, Stanbic IBTC Bank, and Fidelity Bank. The disclosures follow the CBN's July 2024 guidelines on dormant account and unclaimed balances, which instructed the financial institutions to publish dormant account detail at least 6 months before the funds became eligible for transfers to Big Bank Unclaimed Balances Trust Fund pool account. The published account included those belonging to individuals, businesses, churches, cooperatives, and community associations inactive for more than 10 years. Access Bank published over 243,000 dormant accounts, while Stanbic IBTC listed more than 26,000 accounts. Fidelity Bank disclosed close to 62,000 dormant accounts, while Union Bank released details of 212 dormant and unclaimed accounts. Economic analysts have expressed concern over the policy, warning about possible privacy issues with customer communication and complications surrounding account reactivation. Analysts also noted that the higher number of dormant corporate accounts reflected the business failures and prolonged inactivity among small and medium-scale enterprises across the country. Nigeria has again failed to meet its crude oil production quota set by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, after recording an average daily output of 1.49 million barrels in April. Figures released by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission showed that the country produced 1,488,540 barrels of crude oil daily during the month, slightly below the OPEC benchmark of 1.5 million barrels per day. When condensates were included, the total production rose to 1.6 million barrels daily. Meanwhile, the latest figure means Nigeria has remained below its OPEC allocation for the 9th consecutive month since July 2025, despite previous assurances from the Commission that production had improved significantly. The Commission disclosed that combined crude and condensate production peaked at 1.85 million barrels per day during the month, while the lowest output stood at 1.46 million barrels daily, as industry observers say the country oil sector continues to struggle with crude theft, pipeline vandalism, aging infrastructure, and underinvestment. Although April figures represented an improvement from March output levels, as analysts say the increase remains insufficient to close the gap with Nigeria's production target. The data from previous month also showed fluctuations in production, with output declining sharply in February before recovering slightly in subsequent months. Dangote Industry Limited has entered into a partnership with the Niger State government aimed at accelerating industrialization, boosting investment, and expanding the economic opportunities in the state. The development was announced in a statement issued by the Group Chief Branding and Communication Officer of the company, Tony Chijena. According to the statement, Dangote Rice Limited has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Niger State government for the supply of paddy rice over the next 10 years. Under the agreement, the company committed to guaranteed offtake of 1 million metric tons of paddy rice to strengthen food sufficiency in Lagos. The regional director and senior advisor to the president and chief executive of the Dangote Group, Fatima Wali Abdurrahman, said construction of the company's rice mill in Ushishi was progressing steadily. She explained that the 32 metric tons per hour rice mill is located on a 30-acre site, and it will support the food security effort and create more employment opportunities when completed. She also disclosed that several strategic business units of the Dangote Group were participating in the 22nd edition of the Niger Trade Fair, and the participating companies include Dangote Cement PLC, Nascon Allied Industry PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, and Dangote Fertilizer Limited. However, the fresh data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority shows that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals exported an estimated 1.66 billion liters of refined petrol product in April 2026. The export includes about 513 million liters of petrol, 534 million liters of diesel, and 615 million liters of aviation fuel. The refinery remains Nigeria's only major operational refinery, currently producing enough refined products for both local consumption and export. Industry experts say the increase in export comes amid rising tensions in the Middle East and concerns over possible disruptions to the global fuel supply route following the conflict involving the United States and Iran. The situation has increased its international demand for refined petroleum product from alternative suppliers including Nigeria. However, the NMDPRA also reported that local refineries operated at an average capacity utilization of over 99% in April, with Dangote refinery accounting most of the output. The report added that domestic refineries received more than 18 million barrels of crude oil during the month, reflecting increased refining activity across the sector. This Minister, Founder and Director of Pathway Asset Management, Mr. Adekunle Alade, says Nigeria's asset management industry is approaching a period of major consolidation driven by the Securities and Exchange Commission's recapitalization directive. Mr. Alade spoke during a strategic briefing where he unveiled the company's plans for sustainable wealth creation and investment opportunities as he predicted that mergers, acquisition and exit will significantly reduce the number of operators in the market within the next few years. According to him, the industry is expected to move from a fragmented and lightly capitalized structure to a more institutionalized and competitive ecosystem. He explained that many smaller firms may be unable to meet the capital requirement independently and could either merge with stronger institutions to exit the market completely. Mr. Alade also stated that Pathway Asset Management intends to bridge the gap between low-yield savings product and high-entry institutional investment, as it disclosed that the company was preparing to launch the Pathway Money Market Fund to help everyday investor protect their savings from inflationary pressures. On electricity, the power generation companies have called on the federal government and the Nigerian Independent System Operator to identify, arrest and prosecute individuals and companies accused of stealing electricity along the Ikorodu-Shagam transmission corridor spanning Lagos and Ogun State. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Joyo Gachi, made a demand while reacting to a report that about 180 megawatts of electricity were being stolen monthly by large customers connected to the grid. The Managing Director of the Nigerian Independent System Operator, Rabdu Mohammed Bello, had earlier disclosed this during the stakeholders meeting in Lagos that investigations uncovered the widespread electricity theft and meter manipulation involving customers connected to Ikeja Electric and Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company networks. Mr. Gaji described the development as alarming, especially at the time investors in the power sector are facing severe liquidity challenges. She urged authorities to disconnect the affected customers, recover all outstanding payments with interest, and blacklist offenders. According to her, the stolen electricity was valued at about 9.7 billion naira monthly and over 111 billion naira over 12 years. The Development Bank of Nigeria secured a $61 million financing package from the African Development Bank Group to support the women-owned and women-led micro, small and medium enterprises across the country. According to a statement released on Tuesday, the package includes a $50 million gender-focused line of credit, an $8 million concessional facility under the Agri-Food SME Catholic financing mechanism, and a $3 million grant supported through the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. The African Development Bank said more than 95% of the total financing would go directly to women-owned and women-led businesses. The intervention as well is expected to address persistent funding gaps affecting female entrepreneurs in sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and clean energy. The funds will be distributed through the Development Bank of Nigeria's participating financial institutions nationwide. The package also includes technical assistance, concessional financing, and partial credit guarantees aimed at strengthening Nigeria's MSMEs ecosystem and improving access to affordable credit. The International Labour Organization has warned that journalists across the world are facing increasing physical danger, economic hardship, and institutional challenges as labour protections continue to weaken in the media industry. The warning is contained in a new report titled Decent Work and the Safety of Journalists, which examines the relationship between labour rights and press freedom. The report stated that journalists increasingly operate in an environment marked with violence, intimidation, censorship, and online abuse. According to the ILO, the media workers in conflict zones are exposed to killings, kidnappings, enforced discrepancies, and arbitrary detention, while journalists outside conflict areas continue to face harassment and pressure from both state and non-state actors attempting to influence reporting. The organization also noted that the rise of freelance and contract journalism has weakened job security and reduced access to healthcare, legal protection, and collective representation. It cited a 2025 survey by the World Association of News Publishers, which found that 60% of journalists experienced the burnout, while 62% were forced to take additional jobs outside journalism to supplement their income. The United States President Donald Trump says he's considering a temporary suspension of fuel taxes as America faces rising petrol prices linked to the ongoing conflict between the United States and Iran. According to Reuters, Donald Trump disclosed that legislation was being introduced to suspend petrol and diesel taxes for 90 days. The move follows a sharp rise in crude oil prices, which climbed to $107 per barrel after tensions in the Middle East disrupted the global energy market. Reports indicate that petrol prices in the United States averaged $4.52 per gallon this week, which is the highest level recorded since 2022. Moreover, analysts say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz through about 20% of global oil shipment usually pass has intensified the supply concerns. However, Donald Trump said the tax suspension will remain in place until it is appropriate to restore it. However, some lawmakers expressed concern that cutting fuel taxes could affect funding on road repairs and infrastructure projects across the country. Still on the foreign scene, the World Bank has warned that rising oil prices triggered by escalating tensions in the Middle East could worsen food insecurity across developing countries. In its latest commodity market outlook, the institution projected that global commodity prices would rise by 16% in 2026, marking the first annual increase since 2022. The bank attributed the development to disruptions in energy and fertilizer supply chains caused by instability in the Middle East. The report stated that Brent crude prices rose sharply from about $72 per barrel at the end of February to as high as $118 per barrel by the end of March, although prices later reached after temporary sanctions relief and emergency reserves releases as oil prices remain significant above levels recorded at the start of the year. But still, giving you a report on this news, the World Bank warned that if crude prices remain above $100 per barrel for a prolonged period, up to 45 million additional people could face acute food insecurity globally, as the institution added that the higher fuel and fertilizer costs were already increasing transportation expenses and placing additional pressure on food production and affordability. Before we end the news this morning, the recap of the major headlines. We told you Nigeria can no longer depend on borrowing for development, and that statement is from Mr. Taiwo Idili. We also brought it to you that 4 banks publish over 321,000 dormant accounts. We also brought it to you that Nigeria misses the OPEC oil production target again. And that will be it for the news this morning. Thank you for joining us. I am Ire Ayomi Kunle Eke. Follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to YouTube channel. Good morning.
essential part of our everyday life, from business to communication, social media, and every other activities you could think of that one could use a phone for. ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brands and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. And that is why at ConsumerHalla TV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who give updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind if it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
It's new movie release, update, and Screen Time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen Time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now. And
Hello consumers, for many Nigerians, skincare products is part of everyday personal care routine. From dealing with rashes, itchiness, fungi, name the different kind of skin irritation you could actually think about. But then consumers know the kind of cream that help them relax and help them deal with these issues. I am Elizabeth Abefe. You already know it is Consumer Voice, and yes, I'm on the street of Lagos, Nigeria, whereby we'll be asking consumers which AAA action cream do they make use of and why do they prefer this particular product. Come with me as we go find out. Real experience, real consumers. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
You look good, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now what is your name?
My name is Ayomide.
Now, do you use triple action cream for enzymes, rashes, skin irritation?
Yeah, over the years I've used some products.
So which brand do you use back then?
Okay, I've used Epidem and Whiteacan Plus.
So what do you look out for whenever you want to get a product like that?
Probably, I won't lie to you, I can't tell you because I don't know in depth about it, but it was recommended by someone, and I think I was having some breakout on my face when I used Epidem, and it really worked well. It took it out.
Okay, so I know you said it was recommended by someone.
Yeah.
For how long did you use it for then?
I think maybe a week it went. You know, this thing, you can't use the whole tube at once. So I had it for a while. It came back, I used it, and maybe a week plus, everything on my face has cleared.
Okay, now who recommended it for you then?
My mom.
Your mom? Okay.
Yeah.
She just saw it on your face and she was like, you should get this, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it worked out perfectly.
Yes.
So based on your experience, how well will you rate it?
I'm going to rate Epidem at least 70-80%. It's good.
70-80%. That's a good mark.
Thank you very
much. Is there anything you like them to do better on or improve more on?
I don't have any recommendation. I used it and it worked well for me, so no recommendation.
So how affordable was it then?
It's cool now. The price is okay. I can't remember how much I got it. It's been a while, but when I got it, it was cool and the price was okay.
So is it something you use occasionally or?
Yeah. Once in a while, if there's a breakout,
you just go to it.
Stress and you see some stuff on your face, you can just use it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. You look good.
Thank you. You look good as well.
Thank you so much. So what is your name?
My name is Tife.
Okay, now which AAA cream do you use whenever you have enzyme itchiness or anything, any skin irritation?
So I hardly have skin irritations, to be honest. So like the only skin problem I think I have is on my face. And
okay.
For the longest, I didn't used to use anything, but later on I found out that Panoxid actually works because you can actually get it over the counter, so you don't need like medical prescription to get it. So like, and I've been using it for a while, but I only use it now because I feel like my face is a lot better. So I only use it when I feel like I have breakouts. How can I use it? But if I don't have any breakouts, I just use my normal facial wash, and that's all.
So it's not something you use occasionally. It's something you use occasionally rather.
Often.
Not often.
If I have breakouts, then I'll use it. Once it goes, I just go back to my regular face wash. And
I know you said you can get it over the counter. So now my point is, how do you get to know it? Is it that someone told you about it, or you went to the pharmacy to complain and all of that?
Well, online, I checked like several things that actually works for like pimples, like acne, and I felt like, okay, since I can get it all over the counter, then let me try. And at that point, I feel like it was the least most expensive stuff I could actually get. So I was like, let me just try it and see, and if it works. It was like a try and see, let me see, and it actually worked. So I just stuck to it. But I don't use, like I said, I don't use it as often as I used to in the past. So I still use it though, but not as much as.
But when you check online, I know you said you checked online and all of that. What are the things you feel like, oh, this product has for me to know that it's going to work out for me? What do you look out for whenever you want to get something?
Well, for the longest I've had acne. So when I checked like what you can use that will make you like go so fast, like without actually going to see like a doctor, like that was like the brand that came up like most of the time, and it actually works. So I'm like, okay, then let me try it. Not like I look for any specific ingredient like that, but based on yesterday, it works. Like a lot of people said it works. So I'm like, okay, let me try it and see if it works. So not like I was looking for anything in particular. It was just try and error. Like if it works, and if it doesn't work, I'll look for something else.
I'll try else. Okay, now I want you to rate this particular brand over 10 based on your experience with it. Even though you don't use it often, but based on your experience with it, rate them over 10.
The one I was using?
Yes.
I'll actually rate it a 10 over 10 because it actually works. To be honest, yes, it does. It works. Like, and anybody I've recommended to, like, oh, if you try it, like, it works for me. For me, it works. And I've met other people that actually use it and it actually works for them. So I rate it 10 over 10. It's a very good product.
How much do you get it? How affordable it is?
Well, initially it used to be like 10K. But as of now, I don't know. It's been a while I bought it. Maybe like 20K now.
Wow.
Because it's quite pricey. Even as at then, it was pricey for like a skincare product. It's still fair, sure.
So how does it last? How long does it last?
Well, because I don't use it. I would not advise that somebody use it like every day, but like a month. It should last if you don't use it too much, because it has like a bleaching agent, because it's very strong. So it's not something that you have to be using like every time, and you have to use sunscreen with it because it's actually very strong.
So is there anything you like this brand to improve on, to do better?
Well, on the brand it says foaming cleanser and the stuff does not foam. That's the only thing I can say, but like so far so good. It's actually good, like it's pretty good.
Thank you so much, man.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
What is your name?
My name is Joshua.
Okay, now, do you make which AAA cream do you use whenever you have skin rashes, skin irritation, and the rest of that?
AAA. I don't use AAA. What I use is Advocacy.
Cacatin?
Yes.
For how long have you been using Cacatin?
Since I've known it since my school days.
So how do you get to know that Cacatin works for that?
Recommendation from my grandma now.
Okay. And ever since then you've been using it?
Yes, I used it this morning when I was feeling itchy and I used it this morning and it works.
So now you said, apart from Cacatin, which other brand do you think you've had of or you've tried using and it didn't work for you?
I've not used cream. I usually use this tablet, Kentonazole. Yes, and that one it works, but it's very powerful.
It works for what?
For all this, it's rashes, bumps, pimples, and all. It works.
So how do you get to know about this drug? Pharmacy. You just went there to lay complaint.
Yes.
And ever since then?
Yes, it works very well.
So I want you to rate this drug and also Cacatin, because obviously that is the first one you remembered, even though you still went to pharmacy to get drug for it. So I want you to rate it over 10 based on experience, Cacatin, and what's the name of the drug again?
Kentonazole.
I want you to rate both over 10 based on your experience.
What is, to me, is 10 or 10 over 10.
10 over 10 minus nothing.
Although I don't have complications with my skin, so I don't know for other people, but for me, it's 10 over 10.
So now, is there anything you think, I know it's 10 over 10, but is there anything you feel they can do better?
Yeah, for the Cacatin, yes, for the Cacatin, because the Cacatin, I usually buy it. When I buy like 2 or 3. So I discover after like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, the one that's still sealed, when I open it, I'm seeing some particles there that's not looking healthy.
Like it's not looking like the way it was back then.
Yes. So they can work on it. Probably it has expired or something. So they can work on it at least. So because it's not something you can just put in your body anyhow.
You have to be careful with the skin.
And the drugs, it's very powerful. Probably she just reduce the contents that is in making it, because once I use one tablet, it's once a day. Once I use one, I will use blood tonic.
Wow.
Else I'll feel it.
Wow.
I'll feel dizzy.
That means it's very powerful.
Yes.
How much is it? How affordable is it?
The Cacatin is very cheap. Very cheap. I get 400 naira. 400 naira. But the Kentonazole, I think it's 800 or 1,000. Both are not that expensive. It's something that anybody can afford.
So how often does it last?
Once I'm okay, I've dropped it. If I use it today and it has gone, that's all. So when I have something again, I'll use it for.
Okay.
It's not what I use regularly like that. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing very well.
I must say you look good.
Thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
Oreoluwa.
So now, do you use any AAA cream, maybe against skin irritation, enzyme, pimples, and the rest of that?
No, I'm strongly against that.
So what do you do whenever you have skin irritation?
Okay, so I don't do anything much really. I don't deviate from my normal skincare routine. Okay. So I just make sure that I am able to identify the cause. So maybe I've been using my bedspread, my pillowcase for a while. I know it's time to change it. If it's associated with my periods, I know that it's period related and I don't do much. So basically I don't deviate from my normal skincare routine.
So that's what keeps the skin popping the way it is.
Yes, this and God. And God.
So why do you think it is very important to take care of our skin?
Okay, so I feel like when people see you, what they see first is your skin. So that's an outward representation of who you are. So it's very important, right from your diet, eating the right things, doing the right things to your skin, avoiding the wrong things for your skin. I feel all of this contributes to, the healthy nature of the way the skin looks.
Okay, that was nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Tommy.
Now, have you ever used any AAA cream?
Yes, I have, but years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So explain.
Okay, so in 2018, I think, so I had skin irritations because of the tank in my hostel as I then in school. So I remember using because my skin was peeling, my face was peeling. So I could remember I used AAA cream, the tube cream. So that's what I used because my sister's wedding was coming up, so I had to take care of my skin before then so that I don't look anyhow. So
Can you remember the name of the particular product you used then?
I cannot. Let me know. I cannot remember it, but I know it was a AAA product then that I used.
But how do you get to know about this cream that it's going to work for you?
Oh, actually, it was referred by the pharmacist to me as I then. So because I bought it in a pharmaceutical shop, so she referred it to me that I should use it and it to work. So yes, it did work then. Now that I'm thinking about it, it actually worked. So all the time I've been having skin irritation after that, I didn't remember to use it, but now that I'm talking about it, I think I can now remember that it did work for me as I
because
then.
I know even though you remember right now, I'm not even sure. Even now that you remembered, I'm not even sure you remember the brand name.
I don't remember the brand name, but I know that it was because it's a tube. It was in a tube, and I remember using it, and like 7 to some days, it was clearing up so that I could put on makeup and look good for my sister's wedding. So I remember that I did use it.
So now, what do you do whenever you actually have skin irritation or breakouts and all of that?
So what I usually do now is that because I've noticed what causes my breakouts, it's either stress or anything like that. So I just reduce the stress, go back to my normal routine that is because I'm always jumping from one cream to because I hear this one is working well, I buy it immediately. I can have irritation from that. I just go back to what I use normally. But it's been a while I've used AAA, but I can remember that it did work for me then.
So now I want you to rate, even though you can't remember the brand name, I want you to rate it over 10 based on your experience back then.
I would say 8, 9 because then it worked for what I wanted it to work for. Because I wanted it to work for a certain amount of days so that I can do makeup for my sister's wedding, and it did work for that amount of days. So I could even say 10 because it was a lifesaver as at then. Yeah.
Before I wanted to ask you that about the price, but then you can't even remember. How affordable was it back then?
It was not expensive. I can remember that it was not expensive because as at then, school days, they get money now.
Yeah.
But I had money to purchase it, so I know it wasn't that expensive. Yes.
So you think whenever you have reaction, you just go to the necessary people you need to, not doing things on your own?
No, I don't do things on my own. I don't do DIY when it comes to my skin. No. I can do it for any other thing but not my skin. I don't. But now that I remember, I think I'm actually going to go and look for it now because I'm actually having breakouts. But I didn't remember it until you asked me. So I think I'm going to get one.
So why do you think it's important to take care of your skin?
So I usually say my skin, my assets, because that's like the only thing I have that is mine. Like there's nobody that can take it from me. And looking good, smelling nice, it's one of a very good thing, like one of the very good things that exists. You shouldn't be looking disgusting, really. Look good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is
Okay, now, do you make use of any triple action cream to help you take away itchiness, any skin irritation?
Okay, so for now, no. So I just get recommendations from people as at when it's happening because it doesn't come frequently.
Yeah.
So anytime I have that, I just say, okay, my face, what can I use? Look at my face, what's going on, and that's all. I don't have any specific.
Okay, so just based on people's recommendation, not like you go to over the counter to hacks and all of that.
No. I don't go through that stress.
So based on some of the recommendations so far, can you remember any of the products back then that you've used?
I think made them something that I can't remember the name, sorry. Okay. But I know it's a small container. I think made this. It's an orange. It's orange in color, and it's just small. But it actually worked for me then, so I tend to keep up with it in case it come back again.
Is it like a cream or a drop?
A cream.
Okay, so people told you what was the skin irritation then?
Okay, I think it was my face was bringing out just rashes or something, maybe due to it or at a point in time. So I told my friend and she said I could use it, that it's good for skin to staying too much in the sun and the rest, so it was helpful. And for now, I'm not using it though.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, then when you use it, based on the performance of that product, then how will you rate it over 10?
I'll give it an 8 over 10 because it really worked and it didn't bleach me. It just made sure that my face was glowing and that was good, yes.
So how expensive was it back then? Do you remember?
It was for me as at then it was expensive. Okay. But it was worth the money at the end of everything. So I just had, so it was also like a one-off thing. Let me just try it and see if it will work, and it
worked.
Yes, and it did.
So why do you think it is very, very important to take care of our skin?
Well, for me, skin is like a protection to your inner body. So if your skin is in good condition, I think it should help your inner self to function. But when you're getting irritated by different kind of stuff, it actually makes you will not even be yourself. You just look at yourself and be like, oh my God, I don't understand. It's lose self-confidence. But when you have a good skin, it boosts your confidence and make you look good. Even yourself, you'll be proud of yourself when you say.
So what are the things you think you do that makes you feel so fly with your skin?
When you do skincare routine, buying all this. Well, I'm not really a fan of it. It's just on condition.
How about eating healthy food?
Yeah, that's good. I was about mentioning that eating healthy, taking water, then washing your face frequently. When you're feeling that it's washing your face, I think that would help.
Okay, thank you so much, ma. Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, now what is your name?
My name is Stanley. Stan for short.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you make use of any AAA cream to avoid itchiness, redness, eczema, skin irritation?
I don't know to be precise, but I know I've used, like when I have, depends on the rashes. If I have like spots on my face, usually I just let it go. I just sleep over it, and because I notice that when I try to pop it, it becomes worse. So when I have spots in my face, I just leave it.
So whenever you have any skin irritation, what you're trying to tell me that you let it be?
Depends. If I see things like eczema, that one is scary. Thank God I haven't seen that yet. But I know if I see something like eczema on my skin, I will react. I'll run to like the nearest pharmacy or shop that sells product like that, and I'll make inquiries to see if if they got something to treat it, and then I'll attack it. Definitely, I'm not gonna just let eczema on my face go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, why do you think it is very important to take care of your skin?
It's very important to take care of your skin because your skin represents you. So when you meet somebody for your first, the first thing they see is your face, and these days people judge people easily. So if you're looking rough and unkept, they might have an impression about you. But if you're looking well kept and tidy, they will also have an impression about you. So I would rather have the good impression than the bad impression.
So now let me ask you, what do you do to take care of your skin? How do you keep your skin this way?
I shower regularly, like because Nigeria is also you sweat a lot, so I have my bath like 2-3 times a day, and I avoid using products I don't really know about. But if I have someone that describes that product for me, then I could like give it a go to see if, you know. But for me, just to keep myself is just my general hygiene. I just try to, you know, have regular baths with the right soap. You know what I mean? Just keep myself clean. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
From effectiveness, affordability, trust, and safety, one thing is clear: consumers really do know the brands that works well from them. From those that stick to a particular product, to others that can't even remember the product that they use, to others that work based on recommendation and over the counter. I must say, one thing I really picked out of everything is that consumers actually knows the importance of taking care of their skin. And on today's edition, everybody is a winner right here. And that is all on today's edition of AAA Action Cream on ConsumerHalla TV. Do not forget to like, subscribe, comment under the comment section. Which cream do you use whenever you have skin irritation? Until I grace your skin again, I remain Elizabeth Abefe. Bye for now.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Brand Eye Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So. For whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour. And waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? Said, our bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what we call business economy. The whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, "We're really very sorry about this." He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. "So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing." While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, "We're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get." So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man, a British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel?" "Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped, I opened it and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHalla TV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, those bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end. And yet, they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country. None. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the present iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plug it to power, and then this thing just, stopped, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah? Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend handed the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault now. Shebi, it's a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so. We had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by that. Even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you so that he could take it back? No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome to Real Estate Today on ConsumerHalla TV. You already know this platform is where we give you real estate insights, real estate policy updates, and consumer protection in Nigeria. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
And good afternoon. I am Irimofe Koforola. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, in Nigeria today, land remains one of the most valuable and sought-after assets, seen not just as a property, but as a pathway to financial security and long-term wealth.
But while the opportunities are expanding, so are the risks associated with it. From unclear land titles to shifting government policies and questionable promo offers, navigating the real estate market is becoming increasingly complex.
And that is why Real Estate Today goes beyond the surface, bringing you verified information, expert insight, and practical guidance to help you make smarter property decisions.
And not just that, because today's conversation is one every investor aspiring landowner and everyday Nigerian needs to pay attention to?
And before we dive into today's topic, which is land policy and profit, like that is understanding Nigeria real estate market, we will be taking the news surrounding the real estate today. Nigeria housing market struggles with costs despite strong demand. The Nigeria real estate sector continues to face intense pressure from rising inflation, high interest rates, and escalating building material costs, particularly cement, steel, and imported fittings. Developer says project costs have surged significantly over the past year, forcing many to delay or scale down construction. However, demand remains resilient, especially in urban centers like Lagos and Abuja, driven by rapid population growth, rural-urban migration, and a housing deficit estimated in the tens of millions. Analysts note a shift in investor behavior from speculative and banking to rental income and short-let investments, particularly in high-demand areas like Lekki, Ibeju-Lekki, and the Abuja city outskirts.
Also on the news this afternoon is real estate experts project that residential property prices in Nigeria could rise between 5% and 15% in 2026, depending on the location and property type. Prime areas in Lagos, such as Ikoyi, Victoria Island, and Lekki, are expected to see the highest increases due to limited land availability and sustained demand from high-income earners for average Nigerians.
Now, moving on to the tax reform, the expansion reshaped the property landscape. Ongoing tax reforms and policy adjustments are beginning to reshape Nigeria's real estate sector. Developers are grappling with increased levies, land charges, and compliance costs, which are often transferred to end users through higher property prices and rents. At the same time, there are renewed efforts to improve mortgage accessibility through government-backed schemes and partnership with financial institutions. Industry stakeholders says that if properly implemented, improved mortgage financing could unlock home ownership for more Nigerians, though current high interest rates still pose a major barrier.
And lastly, on the news updates for real estate this afternoon, Africa's real estate market is gaining increasing attention from both local and international investors, with projections estimating the sector could reach about $347 billion by 2034. Key drivers include rapid urbanization, a growing middle class, and rising demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties. And Nigeria, as Africa's largest economy, remains a major focal point despite economic challenges. Investors are particularly interested in mixed-use development, logistic hub, and affordable housing projects. Experts say improved infrastructure, regulatory clarity, and access to financing will be critical to sustaining investor confidence and unlocking the sector's full potential. Alright, so that is for the news items, and interestingly, you just need to know some fact-based things, information that are very important, because Nigeria's real estate sector remains one of the most active investment spaces in the economy, driven by rapid population growth, urban expansion, and increasing housing demand.
So according to a recent report, the real estate sector is valued at about 58.16 trillion naira, while the construction sector stands at approximately 19.36 trillion naira, highlighting the scale and economic importance of the industry.
However, despite this high valuation, growth in actual output has slowed, largely due to inflation, rising construction costs, and infrastructure challenges.
And this brings critical questions to the forefront. How do land policies affect ownership? What truly determines land values? And most importantly, where does this real profit lie into this market? And to help us unpack these issues, we are joined by a real estate advisor with practical hands-on experience in the industry. But before we bring her in today, let's go on a short break.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
And I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Yeah, welcome back. If you are just joining, you're still welcome because we are just getting started. The topic for today's real estate is understanding real estate markets. To help us unpack these issues, we are joined by a real estate advisor with practical hands-on experience in the industry. We have Adesua, real estate advisor and sales strategist. Thank you for joining us, Ma. Good
Thank you so
afternoon.
much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here too.
Yeah, all right. So let's get into that topic of discussion today as we get to understand so many things. It's very important we understand and lay emphasis on something. So Elizabeth.
Okay, now Ma, from your experience as an advisor, what are the biggest misconceptions Nigeria have about real estate investments?
Okay. So there are quite a couple of them, but I would say the first biggest misconception rather is the fact that there is no knowledge out there. There's not enough knowledge. So people think that you either have to be extremely wealthy for you to invest in real estate, or that is like a whole Pandora's box that if you open, there's something there. And then there's another part where there is not enough information. So of course, and then for those people who do not feel like they need to have all of the money, you want to get into real estate through the entry level point where if land is in all those locations where it's cheap and all of that, there's still not accurate information about how to invest. So sometimes, to be honest, real estate investment comes in different levels and in different categories. If you're entering into real estate, you don't have to just enter through land, which is land banking. Because the way that your funds and your finances are set up can either be that, yes, it's an entry level, if you buy it, you leave it for many years, you're going to make your money. But if you're not doing it the right way, the right information, the right strategy, it's going to be one of the biggest mistakes that you can make as an investor. So I'll say that those are two of the biggest misconceptions in the real estate market or investing.
Yeah, I think I could agree with you with the fact that you said, the very first one you said, people are always waiting till they are financially buoyant. Which I think it is very reasonable, because most people are like, where did I want to get money from? They don't know. You just have to like start. It's a gradual process.
It is a gradual process.
So let's look at land ownership now and investment, because there are several trends that shape how people, that look.
There are a lot of trends at the moment.
Exactly. So people just see a lot of trends and they're just like, okay, I want to invest in it, probably without even having full information about it. So let's look at the major trends that shape the demand and investments in land and property.
Okay, so I will do two. I'll do the one that is I'll just say what the trends, and then I'll say what the advantages are, and then if there are downsides to it. So I'll say one of the very first trends right now, is we all know this one. Everybody is moving to to the urban areas. And the funny thing is, since I've been in primary school, they've always talked about rural-urban migration, but it has not stopped. It is still continuing. So, and that's why there seems to be like a shortage of, housing in Lagos and, major cities in Nigeria. And it's not even just the shortage of housing right now, shortage of affordable housing. Now, which now brings us to another trend to the trend where there is an increase or demand for short-lived market now, because over how the Nigerian dirty December economy has grown, and everybody's looking to cash out, and that industry just bags and bags and collects a lot of money during those periods. So everybody, that is also a trend that people are looking to invest. Developers are hopping on the trend. Clients also, investors also want to get some of that short-let money. Another trend that is not so great is the increased rents. Like I already mentioned that there is really a need for housing. There is a huge demand for housing, but we do not have affordable housing. And that also now leads us to the part where, of course, certain things that are beyond the developer's control everything is expensive in Nigeria. So of course, cost of construction is also expensive. So those are some of the trends. Another one is back in the days you had only few estates, but now there's a huge demand for estates. Everybody wants to live in an estate. If someone is looking for a house to rent, it's in an estate. Of course, it's not bad because there are certain things, certain advantages. The lifestyle that comes with it. You want your privacy. Nobody's just knocking on your door all of a sudden. The security. So some things have also brought about some of the trends that we're seeing at the moment.
Okay. That was beautiful.
I don't even know how to react because and I think one way or the other, everybody, you just have that particular trends which we follow.
Yes.
It's either you are trying to get short-let apartments or you are crying over the increased rent or
like,
the other.
They are quite relatable.
Exactly.
Yes, that's the thing. It's like a circle. They're interrelated.
So now, how do government policies directly impact land acquisition and property development?
Okay, so whether we like it or not, the government directly influences land. So first and foremost, for those who are in real estate or for those who invest in real estate, when they say when you're trying to sell, the client to ask you, okay, the CO that's on the property, how let me use the layman term, how old is it? So you'd say, okay, 99 years, 100 years. So in the real time, all land belongs to government in the real sense of it. So that's why you have to go back to renew your CO. That's why you still have to go back when there's change of ownership. You have to tell the government, this land has moved from A to B, so we need to register. We need to. So it is important that we note from the foundation, yes, that government policies affect real estate investment. So when we move to certain things, so I would say, for example, in Lagos, there are certain areas that are marked to be the places that are currently upcoming. You'd see their agricultural zones. So would always advise clients, when you want to buy, we need to get all of this information. Some places are not marked out for residents. They're marked for agriculture. Some places, are marked for industries. So I remember the time when the Dangote refinery train was going on. That was like a marketing strategy or an advert, a feature would, a lot of people would say it's close to the refinery, but the real sense of it, you're not supposed to be living too close to the refinery.
So true.
Yes. So and then there are policies, around the type of houses that you can build in certain locations. That's why you can get high rises in Victoria Island, but you cannot get those kind of high rises in other locations. So those are policies that would affect how property or land development happen in wherever we are.
I think you've already even highlighted some of the facts in the question one, where we talk about the misconception, and you talked about people are not really they are not well informed. Yes, they're not well informed, and that is why they are always getting into one or two concerning the real estate surroundings.
Yes,
all right, so let's look at it now. Still talking about government policies. Would you say, in a way, it has really enabled or limited people to, have so much access or interest in real estate?
Yes, so I would say that in the past, we're in Nigeria, there's certain things that were put in place that sort of caused a hindrance. So when I say hindrance, when you're trying to apply for certain documents, you're trying to, all of those, you need to go to Alausa, you need someone to help you push to acts and all of that. So some of those things, would, because it's time that is taking. It's taking time, it's taking other resources. So that sort of constitutes an obstacle or a hindrance. But at the same time, we've also seen where the government is coming up with policies that, help generally in terms of, companies. The government is also collaborating with developers to come up with different estates, to do housing schemes. You'd see where the government is also even giving out some properties at subsidized rates. Certain things will be subsidized. And then one of the major policies that the government has, I think I'm going to the next question now.
It's fine. It's fine.
Should I carry on?
You're free.
So one of the major, will I say, improvements that has come an innovation, rather. I would call it an innovation. It's the EGSI, so it's an electronic geographical information system that someone recently introduced. So it's the most advanced land information service right now in Nigeria. So everything is digitized. So before, I know that it's still, they're still working on it, but at the end of the day, when they're done, that is what it is meant to be. So it is basically your land verification and everything that has to do with it digitized. So normally before, and even for me, it's always a hassle when a client wants to buy. We're now calling lawyers, we're getting the surveyors, we're getting this so that we can verify. But when that thing comes in place, you don't get that, oh, I bought fake land, oh, they gave me fake documents, because you can practically on your desk, on your table, get all the information that you want. You can verify the authenticity of the land, of the documents, the owners. You can go as far as even registering your own property, your own CFO, perfecting your title, your deed of assignment, your governor's consent and all of that. So that, I would say, is one of the major highlights, and if that is fully implemented, it will help all those all those I lost money, I was duped. It would really cut it out.
Now, talking about this trend about promos, discounted prices, okay, how real is this trend?
Okay,
what's your take concerning this?
The honest truth is that promos have always been in existence. So it's real estate promo is not the new thing. But promos they are valid promos, they are legitimate promos, and then there are promos that are somehow. So promos have always been in existence, like I said. So if you just have to, and that's one of the things you would always hear in real estate, find out, do your research, investigate. And so yes, promos are a thing in the real estate industry. What affects, or what is the reason for the promo now will not differ. You'd see things like if a project is recently launched, in order to push it out there for the developer to get people in, they would sell at a discounted rate. So just to bring people in, sometimes as well, Christmas discount. Basically, promos are for sales for companies that do it legitimately. So it's to push sales. But for companies that you're not so sure of, when the promo is too cheap, I always say when the deal is too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Another things will affect promo. So yes, our promo is good. Our promos, relevant in the real estate. Yes, we're always looking for promos. We're always looking for discounts. But at the same time, I feel like it also waters down, some brands. When it now becomes a case of you're always doing promo, every time that I see your advert, every time that I see your flyer, it is a promo. I begin to feel like maybe the price that you're giving me was actually not the price, and the promo price is the actual price now. So, but at the same time, like I say, always investigate, do your research, ask questions to be sure, so that the good deal you're getting eventually ends up as a good deal and not a bad deal.
Still talking about good deal or bad deal, because at the end of the day, and there was a time a friend of mine, we were having a discussion, and I was like, all this promo, like if you say 50% discount off, because I've seen cases like that, and buyers are interested, they just want to know, and then they keep buying. So the question he was asking then was how did they then make the money if you could make 50% of that moment? So that means, is that the actual price, or just because promo, or what's the underlying factor there?
Okay, so for example, when a project is recently launched, it's bare land. Nothing has happened there. You'd hear things like introductory price. So at that point, because they're also trying to sell to people, they're trying to market, no form of infrastructure has happened on that site. So you're buying the land. It is possible that you can get good deals as at then. And then eventually, when the company moves the sites, they do the gate houses, they start doing the road networks, they have already started investing some form of money there. So, of course, they're not going to bear that. Development has started coming. That's how real estate works. Development has started happening, whether it's in the location or whether it's just, on the land. So that's how, the appreciation starts to happen. So in a case where 50% off, to be honest, if I hear 50% off, I will look twice. I would like, oh. So it means that your project was really overpriced at first.
Absolutely.
But like I said, sometimes it's also a way to bring in money really fast. So sometimes the developer wants to get quick money to just maybe do a quick project and all of that, and then they do like a flash sale. Yes, 50%. If I see 50% discounts or 50% off for limited time offers, like 24 hours, a weekend, Black Friday, those are crazy discounts. Yes, but I would also not just tell you to jump in. Verify first. Investigate. Research, ask questions. But is it possible? Yes, it is possible. But at the same time, when it's now overdone, that's when you now start doing sales. It start sales. So almost every time that I see them, it is sales. So when I see them post regularly, I just pass because it's not sales until I see sales before it grabs my attention. Now it can be a good thing for them. It can be a bad thing, because at the end of the day, they can actually even give you the regular price and tell me it's sales, and you will buy because in your head you've been conditioned to feel like this is sales. So there are other things that would now make you look. It's not just okay, promo. You can also, the other things that you weigh, other factors to consider, the features of the property, and then another great indicator is, the projects that are around that place. What do they even averagely sell for? And then what the person...
You go, Elizabeth, do you want to ask any question?
Yeah, I think she has said it all, down from being knowledgeable. You have to have this knowledge, and before jumping into any offer, you have to make your research, you have to investigate to know how true is this. Then you have to go through all this, you have to go through reliable source.
Yes.
Know that, these are the people that need to be there for me to be aware. So I think she has laid out a whole lot of things that are very quite insightful.
Sorry, I wanted to just chip in something. When I kept saying research, people would ask, okay, how can I do my research? So I would say that first and foremost, if you're going to deal, that was a problem. So you're not sure. One family, we see now, and the idea behind that is that they're secure, but at the same time, there are just a lot of factors that surround authentic land. Sometimes you go into, even for the developers, they go into land transactions and it turns out not so great. Not their fault from the beginning, but how they handle it eventually is that, that's what makes the difference. Because we're in a society that's really dynamic. But that aside, I would advise you get a realtor, get a lawyer, and I know the part where a lot of people, your brother or your relative is also not a professional. They can only tell you your sister is not a realtor, or that person who is not a realtor cannot tell you. It's like a check and balance. What's your realtor tell you to get returns on investment immediately? And if this money that you're putting is money that you would be needing in the next 2, 3, 4 months, 5 months, you don't have any business putting it in real estate land. There are other forms of real estate that you can put your money in that now do returns. There are a couple of companies that do that. I will not mention their names, but there are a couple of companies that do that. So some of them do buybacks. You pay for, they give you documents. So in the, what is it called? In the transaction, it's a legitimate transaction. You're paying for a certain size of land, and they're giving you, and then eventually at the end of the tenure that you've chosen, they give you back your money and the interest has accrued. There's also real estate trust funds like stock markets, where you can also invest in small. For example, this is a 100 square meters. You can buy 1 square meter out of it, and so eventually, if you need your money, you sell out and then you get your money back. So
these are just the
various forms of investment, various forms of investing in real estate. So it is not only just the traditional land and house. There's also the what's it called, the shopping malls now, the commercial real estate, where you people are buying shops. So initially, before it's just someone that will build shops and own shops. But now lots of shopping malls are coming up and people are building and other people are getting into ownerships as well. So yes,
I think you really like explained so much.
Explored the difference.
This has indeed been a masterclass for anyone, even for a first-time investor. You've given step by step procedures that they can follow, and it's very good to have you on the show because that for me will go on and on. So I just hope that people can learn and pick on us.
It's a continuous process. It's not
they need to learn a lot.
Thing. Yes.
Alright, clearly real estate success is not just about having the money, like Adesu was saying.
It is
about having the right knowledge, timing, and due diligence.
Yes.
So we go on a quick break now before we come to Consumer Corner, where Elizabeth always does justice to things you need to know when it comes to verifying property ownership.
Yeah, welcome back. Still on real estate and consumer corner as usual. Most of it being projected or being showed across. You already know if you're following. If you follow this conversation from the beginning till now, Madam Adeswa already made justice on most of the consumer corners that is being projected. But then let's still have a look on what you need to know concerning consumer corners, the documents you really need to know about, how real those verified documents, and what you really need to know concerning the real estate itself.
All right, so you just know that documents, you being handed your documents does not just mean it's all about your ownership. And cheap land is not always a bargain, like you see on the screen. And so many other pieces of information. Use professionals. She highlighted that.
She highlighted that.
For you to use your professionals, your lawyers, your surveyors.
Real
survey plan is critical. Very important. And also, one thing you should never forget is always verify land status.
She talked about it. She even laid emphasis on it.
So these are things you need to know very well, and document defined ownership. Don't let them just hand you the key without they hand you the key to the house and you don't have documents.
Don't let anybody just give you receipts.
Yeah, exactly. So don't say yes. I'm now a landlord, but at the end of the day, you don't even own the land. Talk about being
the landlord.
So these are the real issues anyway. So do not forget that real estate remains one of the most powerful tools for building long-term wealth.
Yes.
But only when you get it right and you make the right decisions.
And the market well misinformation, policy gaps, and risky offers exist. Knowledge is not optional. It is your strongest protection.
Yes. Before you invest, ask the right questions. The right questions are important. Verify every detail and fully understand what you are buying into.
Because in real estate, one wrong move can cost years of savings, while one informed decision can secure your future.
Absolutely, I agree with Elizabeth. Keep watching Real Estate Today for insights that keep you informed, protected, and stay ahead of the markets.
I am Elizabeth Abefe.
And I am Rimofeko Forola. And once again, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you so much, ma.
All right, invest smart and live better.
Bye for now.
Hi people, my name is Mofa Korede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned.
ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, says Nigeria can no longer rely mainly on borrowing to finance development projects. He made the statement at the 28th Annual Tax Conference of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria in Abuja, where he stressed the need for a sustainable fiscal system to support infrastructure, healthcare, education, security, and social protection. Oyedele's remarks come shortly after report emerged that the federal government had intensified discussions with the World Bank over a fresh $1.25 billion loan aimed at supporting economic reforms, competitiveness, and job creation. He explained that sustainability was not only about raising revenue, but also about reducing inequality, protecting vulnerable citizens, and encouraging economic productivity. The minister said the federal government's ongoing tax reforms were designed to make the economy more investment-friendly while improving fiscal sustainability. According to him, Nigeria's tax system has suffered for years from multiple taxation, weak compliance, fragmented administration, and excessive dependence on a narrow revenue base, leaving businesses burdened with overlapping levies and rising compliance costs. Oyedele added that the reforms would simplify tax administration, improve fairness, and strengthen trust between government and citizens. He disclosed that minimum wage earners had been exempted from personal income tax, while the burden on low and middle income earners had been reduced. He also said the government was working with states to harmonize taxes, revealing that 15 states had already enacted tax harmonization laws. 4 commercial banks in Nigeria have published details of more than 321,000 dormant accounts in compliance with a directive from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The affected banks are Access Bank, Union Bank, Stanbic, IBTC Bank, and Fidelity Bank. The disclosures follow the CBN's July 2024 guidelines on dormant accounts and unclaimed balances, which instructed financial institutions to publish dormant account details at least 6 months before the funds become eligible for transfer to the Apex Bank's unclaimed balances trust fund pool account. The published accounts include those belonging to individuals, businesses, churches, cooperatives, and community associations inactive for more than 10 years. Access Bank published over 243,000 dormant accounts, while Stanbic IBTC listed more than 26,000 accounts. Fidelity Bank disclosed close to 62,000 dormant accounts, while Union Bank released details of 212 dormant and unclaimed accounts. Economic analysts have expressed concern over the policy, warning that about possible privacy issues, weak customer communication, and complications surrounding account reactivations. Analysts also noted that the high number of dormant corporate accounts reflected business failures and prolonged inactivity among small and medium-scale enterprises across the country. Nigeria has again failed to meet its crude oil production quota set by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, after recording an average daily output of 1.49 million barrels in April. Figures released by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission showed that country produced 1,488,540 barrels of crude oil daily during the month, slightly below the OPEC benchmark of 1.5 million barrels per day. When condensates were included, total production rose to 1.66 million barrels per day. The latest figures mean Nigeria has remained below its OPEC's allocation for the 9th consecutive month since July 2025, despite previous assurances from the Commission that production had improved significantly. The Commission disclosed that combined crude and condensate production peaked at 1.85 million barrels per day during the month, while the lowest output stood at 1.46 million barrels per day. Industry observers say the country's oil sector continues to struggle with crude theft, pipeline vandalism, infrastructure, and underinvestment, although April figures presented an improvement from March output levels. Analysts say the increase remains insufficient to close the gap, with Nigeria's production target data from previous month also showed fluctuations in production, with output declining sharply in February before recovering slightly in subsequent months. Dangote Industries Limited has entered into a partnership with the Niger State government aimed at accelerating industrialization, boosting investment, and expanding economic opportunities in the state. The development was announced in a statement issued by the group chief branding and communication officer of the economy, Anthony Chiejina. According to the statement, Dangote Rice Limited has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Niger State government for the supply of paddy rice over the next 10 years. Under the agreement, the company committed to a guaranteed offtake of 1 million metric tons of paddy rice to strengthen food sufficiency in Nigeria. The regional director and senior advisor to the president and chief executive of the Dangote Group, Fatima Wali Abdurrahman, said construction of the company's rice mill in Wushishi was progressing steadily. She explained that the 32 metric tons per hour rice mill, located on a 30-hectare site, would support food security efforts and create employment opportunities when completed. Wali Abdurrahman also disclosed that several strategic business units of the Dangote Group were participating in the 22nd edition of the Niger Trade Fair. The participating companies include Dangote Cement PLC, NASCON, Allied Industry PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, and Dangote Fertilizer Limited. Fresh data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority shows that Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals exported an estimated 1.66 billion liters of refined petroleum products in April 2026. The export included about 513 million liters of petrol, 534 million liters of diesel, and 650 million liters of aviation fuel. The refinery remains Nigeria's only major operational refinery currently producing enough refined products for both local consumption and export. Industry experts say the increase in export comes amid rising tension in the Middle East and concerns over possible disruptions to global fuel supply routes following the conflict involving the United States and Iran. The situation has increased international demand for refined petroleum product from alternative suppliers, including Nigeria. The NMDPRA also reported that local refineries operated at an average capacity utilization of over 99% in April, with the Dangote refinery accounting for most of the output. The report added that domestic refineries received more than 18 million barrels of crude oil during the month, reflecting increased refining activity across the sector. The founder and director of Pathway Asset Management, Adekunle Alade, says Nigeria's asset management industry is approaching a period of major consolidation driven by the Securities and Exchange Commission's recapitalization directive. Alade spoke during a strategic briefing where he unveiled the company's plans for sustainable wealth creation and investment opportunities. He predicted that measures, acquisitions, and exit would significantly reduce the number of operators in the market within the next few years. According to him, the industry is expected to move from a fragmented and lightly capitalized structure to a more institutionalized and competitive ecosystem. He explained that many smaller firms may be unable to meet new capital requirements independently and could either merge with stronger institutions or exit the market completely. Alade also stated that Pathway Asset Management intends to bridge the gap between low-yield savings products and high-entry institutional investment. He disclosed that the company was preparing to launch the Pathway Money Market Fund to help everyday investors protect their savings from inflationary pressures. Away from that now, power generation companies have called on the federal government and the Nigerian Independent System Operator to identify, arrest and prosecute individuals and companies accused of stealing electricity along the Ikorodu-Shagamu transmission corridor spanning Lagos and Ogun State. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Joy Ogaji, made the demand while reacting to reports that about 180 megawatts of electricity were being stolen monthly by large customers connected to the grid. The Managing Director of the Nigerian Independent System Operator, Abdul Mohammed Bello, had earlier disclosed during a stakeholders meeting in Lagos that investigations uncovered widespread electricity theft and meter manipulation involving customers connecting to Ikeja Electric and Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company network. Ogaji described the development as alarming, especially at a time investors in the power sector were facing severe liquidity challenges. She urged authorities to disconnect the affected customers, recover all outstanding payments with interest, and blacklist offenders. According to her, the stolen electricity was valued at about 9.7 billion naira monthly and over 111 billion naira for over 12 years. The Development Bank of Nigeria has secured a $61 million financing package from the African Development Bank Group to support women-owned and women-led micro, small and medium enterprises across the country. According to a statement released on Tuesday, the package includes a $50 million gender-focused line of credit and $8 million concessional facility under the Agri-Food SME Catalytic Financing mechanism and a $3 million grant supported through the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. The African Development Bank said more than 95% of the total financing would go directly to women-owned and women-led businesses. The intervention is expected to address persistent funding gaps affecting female entrepreneurs in sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and clean energy. The funds will be distributed through the Development Bank of Nigeria's participating financial institutions nationwide. The package also includes technical assistance, concessional financing, and partial credit guarantees aimed at strengthening Nigeria's MSME ecosystem and improving access to affordable credits. The International Labour Organization has warned that all journalists across the world are facing increasing physical danger, economic hardship, and institutional challenges as labor protections continue to weaken in the media industry. The warning is contained in a new report titled Decent Work and the Safety of Journalists, which examined the relationship between labor rights and press freedom. The report stated that journalists increasingly operate in an environment marked by violence, intimidation, censorship, and online abuse. According to the ILO, media workers in conflict zones are exposed to killings, kidnapping, enforced disappearances, and arbitrary detention, while journalists outside conflict areas continue to face harassment and pressure from both state and non-state actors attempting to influence reporting. The organization also noted that the rise of freelance and contract journalism has weakened job security and reduced access to collective representation. It cited a 2025 survey by the World Association of News Publishers, which found that 60% of journalists experienced burnout, while 62% were forced to take additional jobs outside journalism to supplement their income. Wema Bank has launched Season 5 of its 5-for-5 reward scheme with a prize pool of more than 170 million naira aimed at promoting digital banking and financial inclusion in Nigeria. The initiative, tagged Evolve with Wema 5-for-5, introduced a merit-based reward system targeting youth, women, and customers in the mass market segment. The bank said the program would reward customers based on actual financial engagement and transaction activity. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Wema Bank, Moruf Hosseini, said the initiative reflects the bank's commitment to transparency, customer empowerment, and the growth of digital banking in Nigeria. He explained that customers will qualify for reward through consistent account funding and regular use of digital banking platforms. The bank disclosed that the youth category would offer tuition support and gadget, while women entrepreneurs will benefit from empowerment grants and wellness package. The mass market category include daily and monthly cash rewards, with a 5 million naira grand prize for the most consistent customer by the end of the campaign. United States President Donald Trump says he is considering a temporary suspension of fuel taxes as Americans face rising petrol prices linked to the ongoing conflict between the United States and Iran. According to Reuters, Trump disclosed that legislation was being introduced to suspend petrol and diesel taxes for 90 days. The move follows a sharp rise in crude oil prices, which climbed to $107 per barrel after tensions in the Middle East disrupted global energy markets. Reports indicate that petrol prices in the United States averaged $4.52 per gallon this week, the highest level recorded since 2022. Analysts say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, through which about 20% of global oil shipments usually pass, has intensified supply concerns. Trump said the tax suspension will remain in place until it is appropriate to restore it. However, some lawmakers expressed concern that cutting fuel taxes could affect funding for road repairs and infrastructure projects across the country. The World Bank has warned that rising oil prices triggered by escalating tensions in the Middle East could worsen food insecurity across development countries. In its latest commodity market outlook, the institution projected that global commodity prices would rise by 16% in 2026, marking the first annual increased since 2022. The bank attributed the development to disruptions in energy and fertilizer supply chains caused by instability in the Middle East. The report stated that Brent crude prices rose sharply from about $72 per barrel at the end of February to as high as $118 per barrel by the end of March, although prices later eased after temporary sanctions relief and emergency reserve releases. Oil prices remain significantly above levels recorded at the start of the year. The World Bank warned that if crude prices remain above $100 per barrel for a prolonged period, up to 45 million additional people could face acute food insecurity globally. The institution added that high fuel and fertilizer costs were already increasing transportation expenses and placing additional pressure on food production and affordability. All right, thank you so much for joining us for the news this afternoon. Once again, at ConsumerHalla TV, to stay connected. To listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla. Our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Achibola. Good afternoon.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences.
It's a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy Iremofeko Forola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trending market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that's so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 20.
You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brands and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV,
You deserve to be heard.
Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Obenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHallaTV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new movie release, update, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHallaTV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Consumers, welcome to Tejo Show Market, one of Lagos' most vibrant and bustling markets, here located in Yaba. This market is a destination for thriftwares. Entrepreneurs are like, you know what, come with me, let's go find out and uncover the secrets happening here in Tejo Show Thrift Market. Come with me, let's go find out.
Lagos, a city that reinvents itself every single day. A city where style is not always about luxury, but about survival, creativity, and expression. Here in Yaba, one of Lagos' oldest commercial districts, lies the market that has clothed generations, shaped trends, and given fashion a second life. Welcome to Tejo Show Market, and within it, the bustling world of thrift clothing. Tejo Show is not just a market, it is a history standing on a concrete. Long before shopping malls and branded stores took over Lagos, Tejo Show existed as a traditional market serving the people of Yaba and its surrounding. It was a place of food, fabrics, trade, and daily interaction, a social and economic lifeline. Over the years, Tejo Show witnessed transformation, fire incidents, demolition, redevelopment, from an open, informal marketplace to a structured complex. Tejo Show evolved, yet its spirit remained unchanged. Trade adapted, trade has adjusted, and commerce continued. Within this evolution emerged a section that speaks directly to the soul of Lagos, the thrift clothing market, popularly called Okrika. Second-hand clothes, yes, but second-hand dreams, no. Yeah, clothes arrive from across the world. For many traders, this market is more than business. It is survival, cause rent, school fees, feeding, family responsibilities. Tedrosho thrift section support thousands, traders, loaders, tailors, transporters, resellers. What some discard, others transform into income. Let's listen to what traders that sells in here have to say.
Good morning, my sister.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so for how long have you been? What is your name?
My name is Chibuzo Okafor.
For how long have you been selling in Tedrosho Market?
Tedrosho Market, I've been there almost 5 years now.
5 years?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, walk us through the journey of how you started this business.
Huh?
Walk us through how you start this business.
Of course, almost 50,000. Starts 50,000 from start small. They grow small till now. Yes.
And so you start then 5 years ago with 50,000 till now.
Yes.
So where can be the challenges where you face for say this business where you sell?
Well, not too much challenges, but now small. You know that Nigeria big, but small. They push up small. Gradually, everything they move small.
Okay, so this market now, which time you take the open, which time you take the close?
Okay, they open like 7 o'clock, close 6:30 to 7.
So you get some specific day where we say markets, 9 be markets day.
Yes, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's the main markets.
Main market. Okay, so where you take they buy this your clothes from?
Well, sometimes I they buy here, sometimes I they go super, go buy.
So wetin be the challenge where they take the transport the market come here?
No, it's motor, no be transport, enter motor, go and come back, that's all.
So how you take, say this type business now, we they get gain, we they get loss. How you take they manage them inside each other?
They get what?
We they get gain, we they get loss sometimes.
Sometimes business is business. If you gain a loss, that's it. No go say make you gain. Without no loss, you go loss, you go gain. That's business for you.
So how you can't take they manage both of them together?
Well, anyhow, if I manage gain, I manage loss. That's all that's be. Life will continue.
So how your customers, how you take they see your customers? Say no be only you they sell this type of particular market. So how you take know your customers? How you take they make them come here often?
I know my customers. My customers know me. I they treat them well. If you not treat customer well, you can't come again. But my customers, I can treat them very well, and they laugh, do everything. As you come by now, I treat you very well. And you laugh, do that. That's so. So tomorrow night you can still come back. You can come back. That's all I do.
Okay, so how you take the call customer? Do how you take the call customer? Make customer look your side.
No, as I said, sister, check here. Bros, check here. Now if you see return, you go see me, go back.
Okay. So waiting be your happiest moment for markets.
My happiest moment if I come market, make I sell. Let me see if I come make I no sell. If I come make I sell market, not my happiness.
Say 2026 don't reach here now. How happy you be? Say 2026.
2026, God will give us. God, I want to God give me a life enter 2026 alive. I give me a life enter 2027 alive. That's so.
Okay, so waiting be the thing where we say happen for you for 2025. Where we say 2026, premiere happen.
Many things. This thing, the problem I felt this year, make I no first of 2026. That is it.
Okay, so waiting that they call this market where we dig.
Okay, this market is Popo Street, Yaba. Yes, Popo Street, Yaba, where they're selling okreka.
Okay.
Okreka.
And where you they come far from where you live?
No, I dey Mush side. From Mush they come from.
Mush side.
Mushi.
Mushi. Why you not come they sell for Mushi? Why you come pick here?
No market for Mushi now. Na provision for Mushi. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, my sister.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Vincent Okoro from Imo State.
Oh, for Imo State, can they sell market for Lagos?
Yeah, my sister.
So, for how long have you been selling markets here in
Well, it's about 2 years experience now for this pant trouser.
For this pant trouser, 2 years?
Yeah.
Before you started selling pant trouser, what were you selling?
But then I'm doing contracting work for my village. So it's because of condition of Nigeria. I leave my place to Lagos in order to seek something to help myself and my family.
Okay, so wetin come make you choose this pant trouser?
My sister, you know, in a person know they take a better eye enter Sabbath. This pant trouser start from us here. Then when I raise a little money, I start this very one. See that is a student wearing and some office wear. That's the interest I have on it now.
So when you start this journey now, how much you take start this your business?
Well, you know, there's any differences. I started my business with 25,000.
Wow. For that 25,000, how much you take buy then?
That is, well, I bought about 30 pieces of trouser.
Wow.
As of then. But now, by the grace of God, it's like I'm growing.
So what will be the challenges with this clothes business where you they sell?
Well, the challenges we are having that dollars is going up when Nigeria economic is very bad. So you can buy this thing at the wholesale of our bell 180,000 today. Tomorrow you will buy it to 200 or 280. That's the challenges we are having over there. And again, transportation, they are always be increasing every minute of the day. So
how you can't take the money? Because I hear say bail business, you know easy. Sometimes you go gain, sometimes you get loss.
That is normal. At times 4 days I never sell.
Wow.
But with God, all things are possible. Yeah.
So wetin they push you, they go for business? Wetin be that thing they motivate you, where they keep you inside business?
My dear sister, man cannot stay idle. So it's like when I see my mate and when I jump into this is a challenge in order to help my life. I cannot stay idle, no matter. Yes.
Okay, so what do you love the most in your business?
What I love when I buy, I sell, and I make my money, make my profit to feed my people. That is it.
Okay, so what time does this market open? What time does it close?
This market has no time to open, has no time to. Anytime you sell tired that you are free to go your house, you can go and you can close.
So where you they take come sell for you?
Well, I'm living at Ikorodu. At times I get here by 6 o'clock in the morning. Sundays, I will get here by 12 o'clock.
Wow.
So that is it, based on the road of the day.
Yeah. So why that distance? Why Ikorodu to Yaba?
My sister, when I look at my pocket, I must put my bag where my hand will reach. The amount of money they are calling in Lagos State here, I don't know. Point. My level never reach that area. That is why I'm seeking my own at my level.
Okay.
That's
so
it.
why they sell for Ikorodu? Why be saying Yaba you can't they sell?
By God grace, when I have money, I will negotiate that side. It is my plan that I will negotiate a place that side. But for now, when I don't have the money to pay for this thing, so I'll still managing myself.
So what is that thing that 2026 is round the corner? It's just here. 2020 we don't enter 2026. How happy are you?
I'm happy. Even wishing the people of Nigeria are happy that anybody we see today will be 30. That we will see end of this year. End of this year will not see us. That is my prayer for every creator or every nation of this Nigerian.
So what are you thankful for? What are you thankful for? What is that thing that you are thankful for?
I'm thankful for more life and progress and the love of my God and the people.
Okay,
so that is my own.
2025 business, our business.
Already 2025 has gone.
Yes.
Well, even cockroach, you know that in this 2025 everything was very, very contaminated. Nothing goes. Everybody are crying.
All poor men are crying. Even some big men who think that they are big men, they are still crying. So nothing is moving. So I want to use this opportunity, even tell the Aga president, anywhere he is, let him see my picture. Let him change the hand. That most of people that are dying in this critical period are dying for his head because of bad management. That is what I said.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
According to a young man, he said this business was actually his mom, but then he took over, and ever since he graduated and everything changed. But ever since, he has been okay, because as far as he could feed in it, he could survive, then everything will be fine. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, morning, what's up?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay.
How you day?
I'm alright.
I still say you don't dey park.
Yeah.
You don't close for the day.
For the day, I know I come out very early this morning, so I'm like rounding up.
Wow. Okay, what's your name?
Obina by name.
Where you say they come from?
Ajegule far.
Ajegule?
Yeah.
Why you come pick Yaba to the sell for Yaba?
Because this is where we have shop. My mom sells here. Yeah.
So since when you don't wake up, say come for
after 6 this morning, I've left my area trying to come here, beat the old up along the road. So when I come here, and the people go to early morning business towards 7:30. People will come and buy from Ox. Now they will not go and resell. You kind of wholesale. So they will buy early, so they can now go and start
selling.
Yeah.
So walk me through the journey of how you started this business. I know you said it's for mommy, but
it's my mom's business. It's not my business personally, but actually my mom has been to the business for a long time. I'm from Cotonou.
Wow.
Now she now have to have shop here. So by then I was in school. So after I finished school, Nigeria and everything is not planned. So after school, I think I'm a graduate, so but I'm here selling OKs. Because no job. So I have to keep my body and soul. So I have to come and join my mom down here. So that's it.
Okay, so what is the challenges in this business, this thrift business?
The main challenge is rain. Yeah, this close. Yeah. Once rain start falling now, you see people running up and down, scatter, trying to secure their goods, trying to make rain. But once rain beat it, that's the end. Even though it's a full bag, even though it's half bag, that's the end.
So how many bags did you carry out today that you remain this one?
Just 2 bags.
Wow.
Like this 2. So, like I told you, people have come and select the stuff. So I'm going to Ireland, so I'm going to Aswani, so I'm going to anywhere. So that they will not buy, they will go. So the only one will pack them and will clear them towards the weekend. That's what we call clearance.
Clearance? What's clearance?
Clearance is, after you sell for the week, it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On Saturday, all the ones that are remaining, people that come and carry all of them clearance.
For free?
Not for free, but it will be cheaper rates. Because some of them use it in ships as rags. So I still carry them and go and resell. Maybe all those villages, like Kogu State or all those sites. So by Monday again, we'll start. This is a bills. By Monday again, we'll carry that one out. Start fresh.
Okay, now people are always saying sometimes build business is very difficult, only if you have experience, a lot of experience, because sometimes it's not what you plan to ship for, you will see inside. How true is it?
It's true, because in fact, all business has difficulties. This one now, it's not that difficult, but it's what you ordered, you get. So you can't come here now and say you need tops and shirts, and somebody give you jeans or knicker. No, it's clear. When you come, you tell them you need a bale of maybe shirts or trousers. They will give you that one. But when you have the challenges, like I told you, just that rain and transport, carrying it here from here to where you're selling, from here to the other place, all transports. So that is the challenge we have. Not that much. Just that rain and transport.
So where did you carry your own goods from? Where do you shop?
These are the bales.
Yes, this bale. Where did you carry them from?
Arena now.
Arena.
All the way from Arena, where they will offload it from ship. So we're carrying our buses, all those Sienna buses. We'll be conveying them here. Even in the night, they will bring some. So in the morning, we'll start selling some.
Okay, now you said it's a process. So this arena now, you said from ship and all of that.
Yeah.
So is it that you would have booked down, you'd have specified this is the time?
Already they would have made the project down. They will ship it in, and you have some certain months for it coming, and you'll be in contact with. Yeah. So once they are coming, they'll be letting you know that the ship passes through and so your goods have arrived. Where's your trailer, your driver, go and pick your container. From there, you run around. Maybe in the night, anytime they arrive, in midnight they give you. As far as this whole case is concerned, they don't do such. It's only what you demand is what you get. If you demand for shirts and somebody give you pants, you won't open all of them. You just see that this is pants too. It's not shirts. You call the person back.
Wow.
Yo, bro, you made a mistake. You gave me pants, maybe bra, instead of shirts and trousers. He said, snap it and said, you have to bring your phone, you snap. Yeah, you forward it. You don't get out. You come and take it back.
So they will be the one to pay for the ticket back?
Yes, because it's their fault. They already made your demands already. So they gave you the wrong one.
So what is your happiest moment in this job?
I don't understand.
What is that happiest moment? What makes you happy in this job? Or
what makes you happy in this job is that it's a business that you don't always lose. You are sure of that when you come out every day, so far you sell, you don't lose. You must make sales. Every day people buy. Every day people wear clothes. Every day people sell clothes. People you be in your house, they'll be calling you on phone. Because of where you want to buy, they'll be calling you because people need them. It's everyday commodity, just like bread. So the joy is that you don't lose, no losses. You always turn over, always.
Okay, so what do you like about this particular market?
This Yaba, it's cool. No, it's not like Island where small time they run up and down. Small time they all these boys start disturbing. Small time they bust somewhere, fire catch somewhere, area boy start robbing. This place is not like that. Very organized and settled. You can be here till 8 o'clock in the night, everywhere closed. Very early in the morning, open again. Very peaceful, no violence, very well organized.
Okay, so your bill of dress now is like how much?
No, they have different prices. You can't assume.
Okay, you can't assume.
Yeah, they have different prices. Like shirt and trouser, they're all the same. Jeans, pants, bras, underwear, swimming trunks. All those bed sheets, they all have bills. So they're not the same prices. Yeah, they have different prices on the whole.
Okay, so for shirts now it's like how much?
They have 250, 280, 270.
Like how many are we going to see inside?
You can't count it. It's more than 1,000 pieces or so. 2,000 pieces or so. It will be many.
So now that you're going now, are you going home straight or?
As a young man now, so I just have day, I just did this one. But our main market day was yesterday. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. That's the main market days. So this one is just part-time. So now I'm going home now, take care of myself, take my shower, relax a bit. But tomorrow is the full market day. That's how it works.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Michael also explained the main reason why thrift clothes are expensive. He made mention about how the importation and everything has been causing a whole lot of things within them and the customers. Let's listen to the breakdown of the explanation of the thrift wares.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning there.
How are you?
I'm all good.
And what is your name?
My name is Michael Sunday.
So, for how long have you been in this business? What do you sell?
I'm into clothing. I sell tops, jeans, baggy jeans too, and I deal with joggers and other too in this market. Yeah, but here is Opopo Street, and this Civic Plaza located at Opopo Street, Yaba.
Okay, so walk us through that journey of how you started this clothing business.
First of all, the cost of things have changed now, not like before. Out of like that was I think 219. Like you can get bell, but we sell them more or retails, stocks or cracker. So we have most of the them who sells for like 10,000 naira now currently, but before at least we are selling for 6,000 naira. So the price and the cost of everything and the dollar exchange, is really affecting us too, included the buyer himself, the consumer, But I think at was like last 219, we'll get bell for like 80,000 naira, 70,000 naira, but currently now, for you to get the same bell, we get it for 500,000 naira. So imagine you selling one each. So the price, the head trend is high. It's very high. It's very high for us. So things are very difficult this time around, not like before.
Okay, so what are the challenges in this business?
The challenging in the business is all about you yourself to sell. How you can convince the customer to let the customer understand that cost of things has been changed now. The rate of prices of everything has changed because we are buying from, we will buy and to resell too. So we retail our own prices. So the customer that are coming, okay, let's assume now example, customer that come as of last year to come and pick up a dress, let me say, take example like a packaging of a price of, let's say, 10,000 naira. You find out the same that customer come back in next month, you find out the prices have changed. They will start complaining, no, this thing I got here as of last time, so you understand, we're passing through. So the exchange, is really affecting us with our own life. So that's what we're passing through right now.
Okay, so this your clothing, where do you get them in from?
We all import it at China. It's China importation. They are all stock import in China. We all know import from China too. And most of them, like Bell, will import from Togo. You understand me? Like boyfriend jean, they are all import from Togo here. This summer, that is Togo too. Like Okrika. But like new stock, come like tons of packaging here. We all buy it we import from China retails too. You understand me? So that's where we get our stock from.
Okay, so what are the challenges importing all the way from China, Togo, and the rest?
I think the challenge is mostly there is cargo. After you might have got your prices there, then money for the shift, like let's say cargo. So you find out the cargo, the price you buy. Let's assume example now you got it from in China. Let me use our Nigeria rates. Now you buy from China like 5,000 naira to come and sell here 6,000-7,000 naira. You find out the money for cargo. You understand me? Let's say the shift. You understand me? Cargo prices. Find out at the end of every day and expenses. Find out everything fall in 10,000 naira. So imagine yourself. You have to sell like 12,000 to cover up your expenses. You understand? That is the challenge you will get from it. That is challenges. Yeah.
So what is your happiest moment in this your business?
My happiest moment is when I tell customer price, the customer understand me and line with my own. That is current like we know how things go in the country. You understand me? If I let assume I buy for 10,000, I tell him things are expensive now. At least you can get it for 12,000. You understand me, and he has the money to afford it. He buy from me, and me, the seller too. I will be happy that I got something. I'll be able to get gain a lot from it. My most happiest moment is when my customer buy my dress. Then they find out the product is good. You understand me? They come back more. They keep referring me to other customers. Those are my happier moments as well.
Okay, so now we have a lot of people selling this type of clothing thing you are selling. How do you convince your customer to stay, or how do you call in your customers?
I always believe that all lays on individual differences. The way your approach matters a lot. How you treat your customer depends, they will come back. There are some customers here, more especially, we all deal with women dresses here. Most of them, when they come to the shop, like they will ask you price. So you tell them your prices. So with them, it's very expensive, it's this, that, money is much. But if I can cool down, relax, then I'm break down everything for them, like tell them look at the costs of the prices, and the exchange and everything. Most of them understand you, then they buy from you. You understand me? This is my happier moment as well. I'll be very happy that they understand me as well too. You understand me? So I understand that too.
Okay. So where are you coming from to sell here?
I stay in Apapa Surulere here. Then Apapa here, that is Apapa Achegule.
So why Tejosho? Why this market?
Well, like unlike me now, the challenges I got before I relocated to this Tejosho here is I've been in Lagos Island. That was 2018, 2017. So that 2020, the fire got burned. Then before the coronavirus took place, I think it affected me to burn down my shop. So I lose, and my shop was being burned. Parking store, all the whole market there was. So
how were you able to overcome? How were you able to overcome that trauma to start all over?
I understand. My dad always tell me something. He said that as a man, sometimes when you're growing, you see some storms coming. You face challenges as a man. When you fall, you got to pick up again. So you can fall more than 5 times, still pick up again. The most things are consistently. So those are my customers that I have those contacts. So I don't want to lose them. So I just think I I can do more better, start over too. And by special grace of God, I'm still doing well now. I'm still pushing on.
So people are always talking about bail thing that they're always scared going into bail business because they don't want to fall victim of what I order versus what I got. Have you ever experienced that, and is that true?
Well, all these things they based on individual differences as well. So in case of that, is that me, it depends. You understand me? But me, I'm taking myself like example. Anything you order from our store here, you understand me, is exactly what we're going to deliver for you. So I don't know for others, so it's better on individual. So if you order a jean, so the same jean will give to you. So the different why I have challenges is sizes. I always tell my customer, if you are not around, send your picture. So if you send your picture, I can be able to know your size as well too. Or you come in person. I prefer selling because I sell wholesale. So those people that run online business, retails, always come and buy from us as well. That's that.
Okay, do you know any story about Yaba? Do you know any history about Yaba?
Yeah, not really, because this was one of the first place I started from. But currently now, unlike before, when I was in Yaba 2019, Yaba has changed, not like before. Because then you find out, you hardly see some plaza here. It was on Railway here. People buy from Railway, then Green Plazas. So, as time goes on, so they decided to build that flyover and those parks, so everything changed. So you find out most of the building has been converted to plaza. So that's the experience I'm experiencing. Days breaking, things keep changing, we upgrade. You understand?
So why do you like Yaba Market? What is that thing you love about Yaba Market?
I just, at least I just believe that we are doing more better like that. So we are growing. I'm happy that we are growing. We are upgrading too, not like before. You find out people that have been on the roadside now, they can now afford money to rent shop. Though despite the costs, most of them, God is helping them afford to get some shops and some attachments. You understand me? So I'm happy about this. I'm enjoying that people are still doing well, no matter how things are being difficult. You understand? So that's it.
Thank you very much, sir.
What about the rest traders? Let's listen to the beat and the story, the survivor of the traders in the market, because this market to them is more than a business, it is survival. And beyond survival, Tejuosho shapes culture. Many of the outfits seen on Lagos streets, in universities, music video, photo shoots, social media began their journey right here. Thrift is no longer shameful. It is fashion. It is sustainable. It is creative. It is also fashion forward. In this market, individuality is currency. And according to the traders here, markets here are Mondays, Wednesdays, Friday. That is those particular days that market booms and you have to see a whole lot of people. Not that other days they don't sell, they do, but then it is just different. Let's listen to them.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, morning.
How are you?
I'm all right.
What is your name?
I'm Ikechukwu Christian Elowa.
So, for how long have you been here in Tejuosho Market?
Actually, we've been here over 20 years now.
20 years?
Yes.
What do you sell here?
We sell clothes, okay clothes.
Okay, so walk us through the journey of how you started your business.
How will I say it? We started just the way others started too. It has been a long journey, but we're doing well. It's just that there's a problem when it comes to our business, nature of business. There's no price control. And if the government has given us a price control, it should have been fair. 2025 has been a good year, but it's not as friendly as it used to be before. You understand? So, but we still thank God for everything. So 2026 that is coming up now, we're really trying to tell the government that they should try and have price control. When it comes to price control, let them have price control. It will help us to grow because everything has really changed. We're struggling, suffering and smiling, trying to put something in the ends ahead, to put something into our mouth and everything. But if you talk about us, you need to create something, it can't come like that unless we have it in a large and big quantity like that. So, but we still thank God. We're doing well. God has been very faithful.
Okay, so apart from the price control, what are the challenges in this okay business?
We have a lot of challenges there. Actually, those customs, when they inflate the price there, it affects us. It makes them, they still release it. They still come to the store and they're making things look like if it's rough for us. They will tell you they've released it, but their eyes is still on it when you are selling. So it's not friendly, but we still thank God for everything. Well, we're doing well. We're doing well. I'll just tell you the truth. God has been faithful. So that's it.
Okay, so what are you grateful for in this business? What is that thing that keeps you going in this business?
Continuity. We've been moving. The more you are consistent in what you're doing, you get something doing. You achieve something. There will be a goal somewhere. There's no problem. It's when you're being consistent, you eat well, you'll be feeding well. But not that it takes you to the because the nature Nigeria is going now is not friendly.
Okay, so we know that a lot of people are selling this type of thing you are selling. How do you cajole your customer? How do your customer locate you and all of that?
It depends. The kind of manners and way you talk to your customer make them come. Sometimes we even have to bring ourselves a little bit low for them to understand that we need them. We play with them, we joke with them, we make them understand that this is what is going on. You understand? And sometimes when they look your character, look the kind of way you attend to them, they come closer. So being faithful, God has been doing it. Let me not lie.
What is your happiest moment in the market?
The day you come to the market and God blesses you becomes your happiest day. Sometimes you come, you don't do the same the way it was yesterday, but when you come around, God still shows mercy. And that day shows mercy is the day you are happy. And then if he gives you go home and say, Papa God, thank you. So it's just like that. It's just like that.
Okay, so what time does this market open? What time does it close?
It's a free plate when you access from 6 o'clock to 7 in the evening. Okay, it's allowed. It's a free plate. It's a nice place to be. And just that they have people who collect money from us every day. Wow. At least 1,000 naira each day.
For what?
For the space and everything you're using. Every day.
Every day?
Yes, from
even
Sunday.
If there's market, even if there's
Sunday
no market.
to Sunday. Apart from Sunday, they don't collect. But Monday to Saturday. Sunday, you are free. But they know nobody comes to the market. But then some people still play around. Come down and we're doing well. God is faithful. I will just have to be sincere to you. He's faithful.
Okay, so what is that thing that happened in 2025 in the business and you don't pray for it to reoccur in 2026?
2025 has come, about to go. We only pray that that thing that happened at 25, the prices of things went up. We would like to pray for the prices of things to go down this time around. Let it be friendly. I still even give thanks for those who buy clothes. It's not easy. Feeding is not easy in Nigeria here, but you that still can feed and can still buy clothes and change your wardrobe, you are trying. You're making it look real for yourself, meaning that God is faithful to them too. If God is fine for them, He's fine for us. So that's just it. But 2026, I pray that God should just try and bring the price of things down, so that people will still be coming the way they used to come before. You can't compare this time and now. Things has really changed.
So what type of customer do you pray for in 2026?
Those ones that can buy and buy in quantity. When they buy, they go to resell. It makes us happy. And we still thank God. We thank God. When they come, it makes us look good.
Okay, so what then do you have in store for your customer?
2026 it's going to be a very new year, and we still have a lot of things. When they come, they see types of things. These are okay use, London use. You understand? You know their product there is expensive, but here is a little bit cheaper because they throw it out. And most things they buy at a good price, a very big rate there. To here it's condemned, so it has to be a lower price. So you're still wearing what they are wearing. They themselves like coming here to come and buy from us. When you throw it out, they come here and buy, take it down to wear it. We have a lot of them that come all the way from that place too. They buy from us because they know the prices. Like when you say Primark and all these ones like that, Schengen or whatever, their products are cheaper here.
Okay, so where do you get your okay from? Where do you buy them from?
We have a very better place. Arena is a nice place for it, where they bring it. Arena, when you go to Arena, you see a lot of people, they bring it down there. All these white people and the Nigerians, where they bail it, they break it down. So it's friendly.
So how do you transport it down from there down
You
here?
have people who do that, that's their job. You have people who, that is their particular job. That's what they do. And that's what they do for for means of living survivor. So we ourselves, we are marketers and we break it down for them.
So what do you like about this particular business?
It keeps you on, it keeps you moving. You can at least eat 3 square meal a day. Not that you get it all big, but in a way, consistency with it, you can eat 3 square meal. At least you can say, God, thank you, I can afford 3 square meal. That's just the beautiful thing about it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What is your name?
My name is Mr. Emmanuel.
Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, smile for the camera. Now, why you bone face?
I know bone face. So I do right.
Okay, so for how long have you been in this business?
Actually, it hasn't been long since I came into the line of selling blazers. Actually, it's not my own business. I work for somebody.
Okay, so before you started moving into this business, what other thing were you selling before?
Then I was a construction worker, as in this Yaba bridge now we build them, now we do the bridge. So that is when I came to Lagos. That should be earlier last 2 years. And since I came, I just saw that the market is sweet and everybody do also towards it. So I just decided to switch off from being a construction worker into business.
Okay, so what has the experience been so far, moving from construction to business? How has the experience been?
It has been nice because I saw changes. It's just self-determination for you telling yourself that yes, you can do it. So it has been nice. And ever since then, God has been so faithful and marvelous towards us, towards the business, because it's not easy. It's not everybody that will come outside that will sell. But we just give glory to God that in our own side we are still pushing up.
Okay, so what are the challenges in this business?
There's a lot of challenges. Because something like now, all these ones you're seeing here now, they are my August money. But men looking at them now, you're looking at them as if they are nothing. The challenge is there is that at times you do open bell, what you desire or wish to see in that bell, you're not going to see it. Like maybe sometimes we open blazers, hoping to see longer blazers, like kimono blazers, you're not going to see them. You just open, you just see trash, rubbish, net, and others. So there are different challenges, but what do give us that motivation is how we tackle it on our own. Yeah.
Okay, so this market now, ever since you've been in this market, you don't talk, say sometimes business, if you see some other thing, if you see some people go say loss day, gain day, how you take the manage both?
Loss day, mostly, in life, when you count your loss, you count your gain also. At times you compare them, at times you don't compare them, but for me, the loss is very much, but we still give glory to God that we are still beating up to know how we're going to meet up.
Okay. So how do you convince your customer to stay with you, to continue to buy with you?
In so many angles. One, you need to be friendly with your customer. You need to let that joy of buying be inside them. Because most of the times there are some people that can come up with this kind of argument that this is fake, this is not good. Before you know, maybe you might just get angry and lose it all. And you end up losing the customer, end up not selling your goods. So for me, because I'm the kind of type that I do get angry easily. For me, I just pick up that courage and that's it, that let me collect money from you first before any other thing. If I will unleash on that thing, so I put up my best in doing what I like doing best, and that's this business. That's just
okay. So what's your happiest moment in this business?
Surely now, if I don't cash out now, if I don't cash out, I don't make sense for my God, they happy, like serious. But if I did, I never sell market, you go see me, I go the wrong line, because especially they serve person, we no come they see returns for guy, go the feedback. But if I did happy mostly now when I don't cash out, when I don't see I don't sell something for my oga, they dey happy well. They give me morale.
Okay, so what is that thing that keep you going in this business? You know, say you don't talk, say you the staff person. So what's that thing that keep you going? Wetin dey motivate you when you still dey business?
Wetin dey motivate me as I still dey with my oga be say I believe that the sky is our limit. I no get trust in him because person no dey hope on somebody, put on him trust, say this person go do for you. But I saw some potentials in my boss that if road good for this man, go good for me. So I dey see that joy in working with him. They be saying that my business quite alright, but I dey spend much of my time for him own business. But I know say if he dey good for him, he go dey good for me.
So what do you like about this Tejo show business, this market? What do you like about it?
I love everything about the market because they say who work na get pay. So if you no work, you no get pay, you get. So I dey like when I come outside, see my fellow niggas go there, they hustle, they laugh, they interrelate. They give me excess joy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very fine, thank you.
Okay, what is your name?
Mary.
So Mary, for how long have you been in this business?
Let me say all my life, I think so.
Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah. Okay, so what has been the experience so far?
Not really good. There have been some good times and bad times. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through that journey of how you started, or is it mommy's business?
It's mommy's business, and we the children, we continue. Yeah.
So walk me through that journey, the experience, like how this business started and all of that, things you know a bit.
Okay. With what she explained to me, she was pregnant with me when she started.
Wow.
And she started in front of the shop, like we didn't have this place.
Yeah. So
just outside open space, managing. Then growing up, we joined, we were 4, 2 boys and 2 girls. We joined her.
Okay, so what is your favorite thing? What's your happiest moment in this business?
The money. Collecting money from customers.
It brings you joy. Okay, so how do you cajole your customers to buy something or pick something up?
Okay, first of all, when they are passing and I see them like trying to look around, like, oh, I'm like, bro, come in. We have what you want, even though we don't have what they want. And if they come in and we don't really have what they want, I'll try help them, take them to my brother's shop to help them get one. Then they will now come back and help me back.
Okay, so how are sales been?
This year, we blessed God. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, so what are that thing you experienced in 2025 sales that you don't want it to repeat itself? Probably anywhere you...
Okay, the sales this year, it has been really good. I won't want to say anything bad, but with the whole people not having money and everything, the experience is not really good. Like, it's really, really bad. People come in and they'll still be giving you the last year price that you still gave them. Meanwhile, things have actually increased in prices. So I don't want to experience that last year. I want, as everybody's making it next year, me self will make up.
Okay. Okay, so what keeps you being here, like assisting mommy? What is that goal? What keeps you going?
Okay, I really want to make something for myself, not under my mom's name. I think that's why I'm still here. I'm still under our umbrella, but I'm making something for myself already. Like, I have goods here for my, like, in my own name. So that's it.
Okay, so what's your plan in 2026?
Getting my own shop.
Are you serious? I love that vibe. Okay, so now 2026 is here. On January 1st, what's that thing you do on a regular day?
I just sleep because I don't come to the shop. I just stay home and sleep, cook, wash clothes. I don't really go out.
So how are we going to get that shop in 2026 if we sleep?
January 1st. It's the first of the year, so we have to rest. Even Jesus was sleeping in the storm, so who am I? Let me rest.
Okay.
Then from second, we'll know what next.
Okay, so 2026, are you entering 2026 with money or with faith?
Both. Money and faith.
Okay, so what will be your watchword in 2026?
Okay.
What's that watchword that will motivate you for 2020?
Okay, like what I always tell my mom, I believe when there's no sales, I'm not always like that bothered. She'll be like, you have this kind of nonchalant attitude. I'll be like, Mom, me, I know, say, I will not leave a market without selling anything. It's not possible. Like, and that spirit that really transferred to her. Most times she wants to do people should come outside, come out. I'll be like, I'm not going to stress myself. Me, I know what God has for me. The plans He has for me is of good and not of evil. So I'm not bothered. So 2026, we are not bothered.
Okay, I love that vibe. Thank you very much. Name, sir?
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, what is your name, sir?
My name is Chukwuemeka.
So for how long have you been in this shoe business?
Wow. Is it when because I serve.
Okay.
Then I came to Lagos 2004. Then I served my master for 7 years.
Wow.
Then I became a
Hey! Okay, so walk us through that journey, through how you served your oga and how you also chose to settle for shoe business.
No, it's what I serve. My oga was selling shoe then. So when he carried me come to Lagos, I was selling shoe. So it's just like the only shoe I know how to. That's the only thing I can sell. Then that's the reason why I'm seeing the shoe business.
So what are the challenges in this shoe business?
The challenges is just like you now. How long have you bought shoe?
I can't even remember. I think I got shoe last weekend.
Okay, let's just say since this year. How many shoe have you bought?
Just that one I got last week.
Let's just say everybody in this Lagos are buying one shoe. And I'm not the only one selling. So I'm not the one that will tell you how bad it is to sell shoe. That's just it. So we are begging people to start buying shoes so that we pay our children's school fees.
So what keeps you going in this business? What motivates you to still be in the business?
One motivator, you know, this is Lagos. So there is a plenty party going on in Lagos. So people do buy shoes. They attend to those parties. There are some people that buy 2 shoes in a week. Some even more than 3. Every week they go to party.
So how is your shoe now? Where did you get them from?
Yeah, I buy from Togo. I buy from Cotonou. Sometimes I order from China.
So what are the challenges buying from all those states you make mention from? Okay. The transportation, way bill, shipping fee.
Okay. The main thing is not even that transportation of a thing. The main thing is exchange. And why before now the shoe business is moving until exchange get this worst. So shoe that we are supposed to say 10,000 there, now it's 25,000 there. And that one alone reduce people of buying. Reduce plenty of shoes that we say in a week or month. So that's just it.
Okay. Okay, so what is your happiest moment in this business?
I think
the happiest moment, the happiest time.
Happiest time?
Yeah, happy moment.
Oh wow. Should I say that? Like people are saying season December. It's not even it. The happiest day just when you come to market, meet up your target. That's just it. The major budget to say make 200,000 naira a week. And once you get it, you are happy then.
Okay, so now when does this market open? When do you come to the market?
Okay, this market open by 7 o'clock. Then N7 p.m.
Okay, so this is your store now. Are you paying for this particular place?
Yes. You have to pay now. Why will you?
Yearly?
Yes, it's yearly.
How much?
For security purpose, I will not tell you.
Okay. So I just want to ask how you are keeping to pay rent, and as you said, no sales all the time and all of that. How are you managing together?
Now I know I told you that I serve my order. That is the main reason of serving. So not just that the man said to you start a business. He will teach you how to save your five